spin. Show me the all damn day. Stay at home all damn day.
câmera dele. Do Pezinho!
And welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring Season. Today is day number 12 and a big day for Group A. It's their chance to really make it or break it, right? If they do not perform well today, you can argue top 4 is going to be out of their grasp, at least for a couple of them. And for NA, it's the question of, do they want to be the best in NA? I think that's a high praise title to have, but again, it's going to be all up to them. 16 teams, once again, will battle it out. We do have some roster changes to get through, and I do think that's going to have an impact over on the overall storylines today. But hey, the players are ready to go. They're walking into the venue, and they're about to get set up so we can watch 6 wonderful maps today. I'm Taylor Reflections, Noble, your host, joined by Hot Jukes and Cameron Davis. Once again, we are back, and I couldn't be more excited. Hot Jukes, how you feeling?
Feeling good, baby. I'm ready for some double points weekend. Let's go. And yeah, Group A, it is time, right? I'm actually surprised that we're seeing roster swaps as well this late in the game, you know? But hey, here's what it is. Sometimes you got to bring out the big guns.
Well, hopefully the big guns anyways. Cameron, me and you were having a discussion on that. We'll bring up those roster changes in just a bit, but you're back at it once again. Can't wait to hear that analysis. How you feeling today?
I'm feeling good. Listen, Group A, double points. I mean, not to repeat our great host Reflections here, but like for a lot of teams, this is a big make or break moment. It's not like this is the last time that any of these teams can get points, but if you waste the opportunity to get double points, it really does only open the door wider for the other teams to get a bigger lead on you and make it harder for you to really try and like solidify your spot, whether it's making sure that you're in the bottom trying to get to the top 8, whether you're in the top 4, making sure you're putting yourself in the top 4 for the 3rd and 4th place spot. You really need to perform today.
Have to perform, and I think that's a pretty heavy burden for some of these rosters competing today, but a burden that they must bear if they want to be champions. After all, the pressure, in my opinion, only elevates from this point forward. It's not going to get any easier on the international stage. You got to handle your business here in the America Spring Season. But we've been talking about teams trying to race to the top 4. Let's take a look at our standings as they finished yesterday. Hot Jukes, we saw a big battle between Team Liquid Alpha7 as we typically do, but the real storyline is 3rd all the way down to 8th.
Yes, sir, and it's especially strong, right, for 2 teams in particular, and that's going to be FURIA and iNCO Gaming, right? I mean, today is their double points day. They have to, in my mind, they have to create a lead so big that nobody else can pass them, right? Because everybody else's double points day is coming up around the corner. So, FURIA popped off in the last game, and I hope that they didn't get cursed, because we've seen it too many times where we're like, oh man, you know, this team did great, tomorrow is going to be a cakewalk, and then they just fail. So hopefully FURIA can bust out the big guns and big points today.
Well, I told you to reach out to Shifon, the leader of the Matrix, right? So hopefully you did, and you have some answers for us going forward, because then we'll know exactly how FURIA is going to do today. But also, Cameron, Royals of War, let's throw them in there. And Team Queso, they may not be on double points today, but they've been a big narrative in the come-up to 4th or 3rd place. And even though they're still relatively far away today, still can't get away from them. They got to perform well each and every day up until day 15.
Yeah, it's going to be even more important when we hit Group C double points day, which is going to be Saturday, if, you know, straight linear logic tracks, right?
That's it.
But that doesn't mean that that's the only day that they need to perform. So it is going to be looking at them, can they get the numbers as diminished as they are? They're not diminished, they're normal numbers, but compared to the double points group A, they're going to look diminished. But can they get the numbers still, even without those bonuses, and then again just have that consistency to be able to really nail it and really put themselves into the mix come their double points day? But you can't just sit here and be like, oh well, it's our regular day. For us, it's not double points, we don't have to perform that well. That is wrong. That is not how the math works.
Not at all. Well, let's take a look at 9 through 16. Now, a little bit of a storyline here. All Glory Gaming, be bold. Are they in the running for top 4? You can argue no, but you could argue yes, depending on how the rest of their days go. They only have 4 more days to catch up. But, hey, everything is possible. Everything is possible. And for AGG Be Bold, I know they're going to be shooting for the stars, which, like I said, would be top 4. Now, for NRG Galaxy, they are the leader of NA so far. In Hyper Titan Gaming, though, right below them, looking to catch up. We'll see who will lead when it comes to, obviously, North America. And Hyper have a big opportunity today to step up. Hot Chicks, we've been talking about their potential come-up readjustments. I think they're looking a little bit better. Obviously, not better enough to go into the top 4, but still a chance to at least dethrone NRG Galaxy as they stand.
There you go. You're right. Hey, improvements. That's what we want to see here. I mean, it's a rebuild year for NHyper, or at least a rebuild season. Hopefully, we can see them come back stronger in the fall. But, we did see some progress. We saw some progress from them. We saw some progress from NRG as well. So hopefully, we can just continue to see that here today. And they don't disappoint us all on their double points day.
Well, talking about not disappointing us, let's start with one of the teams going for double points. Cameron, that is iNCO Gaming. iNCO, a team that has been, I think, pretty stellar throughout their run, right? And that's why they're in the position that they're currently in. After all, we got to give respect to them. They are the leaders, the highest scorers when it comes to their double points, where other teams, including Alpha7, Team Liquid, have kind of squandered their double points day. iNCO Gaming is not in that conversation.
No, they're definitely up there. My one worry is, at least looking at their games yesterday, is that they had that one round where they got 9 eliminations, and with the 12th placement. And they did have that win, but it was a win on Sanhok, and it was a win with only 4 eliminations. My big worry is that in week number 3, I'm still not seeing signs of them really taking the rounds by the horns. They're not able to grab control of the round in front of them. They're kind of just having to deal with what's put in front of them, and they're losing a lot of the fights. At least it was yesterday. So today, on the double points day, as you say, they're the leader in getting those maximum bonus points, but I still feel that they're not fully locked in, and there's flaws to their gameplay.
I'm worried about not being fully locked in. Gary is there in the number 1 spot, Hot Jukes. He will replace Vitali, unfortunately, because, and I think this is a big shift that we have seen Gary, come onto the iNCO Gaming roster in the past, but he didn't perform well. Can he perform well today on what could be considered the most important day for iNCO Gaming?
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. The only reference I have as far as from another team was Influence Rage, when they had lost it out to kind of sit back and watch. That's what he said, right? He said the coach told them, hey, sit back, figure out what's wrong with the team, and then come back stronger. And he did, right? We did see a big improvement from Law on the squad right after. So I'm hoping this is going to be a similar situation with iNCO. I didn't get a chance to talk to them, so I don't know. But it's risky. It is so risky swapping a player out on your most important day of the tournament. Because, it's literally just Alpha7 versus Team Liquid, and then FURIA and iNCO versus everybody today. Right, Cameron?
Yeah, listen, that might be a reasonable take, because we do play 5 games a week. That's a lot of games, and so you don't necessarily have all the time to prep and rest, so being able to take a day off and look is fine, but not on your double points day. So I can't believe that that's the reason. There must be another reason. I don't know what it is myself. It must be a good reason because of how important this day is, but it still makes me scared for iNCO being able to perform.
And he's got to be the ringer, Gary. I mean, all the pressure's on him. They don't perform well today. You can, you might be able to blame Gary, although don't want to put all that pressure on him. But it really is a high pressure moment. He's either going to be turned into diamond or crushed into dust. Let's talk about, though, another team going for double points. One that we've been talking about consistently, and that is Team FURIA. FURIA has been on our minds consistently throughout the weeks, and Hot Jukes, for good reason. They're a team that knows how to pull up and go big. They've done it to Alpha7, Team Liquid. We saw it on NHyper just a second ago. They're a team that's not scared of anyone. They're going for top 4. They want to stay there, but can they perform today?
Oh, that's the big question on everybody's mind, and I hope that the pressure of their double points day doesn't get to them, because yesterday they showed us that all or nothing type of play style we've been waiting to see, because in the past, when the play is obvious, we know they can get it done. When it's a little bit harder, they hesitate, right? And I hope the fact that they know that, today is so important, we have to go crazy, that doesn't make them hesitate anymore. I hope they just had a good conversation and just said, hey, we just got to play our game today and put in some work. But at the same time, Taylor, I really hope that they have some plans to adjust their strategies, because I think it's going to be very imperative for every other team in the lobby to try and stop the squad, right?
Right. Well, so let's talk about it. Cameron, right before us, iNCO, FURIA, head-to-head. Obviously, iNCO will lead in average eliminations. Damage is relatively even, but where FURIA gets the edge is that winner chicken dinner, sitting at 8-3 of iNCO.
Yeah, and that's an absolutely huge ability. We talk about hitting podium. That's at least I do. I find that an important thing because that's really where placement points only start to matter. You get a couple before to that point, right? But anywhere top 4, that's a great sign for your performance and being able to survive and perform in the round. But that conversion rate of second to first is huge. That's a 4-point grab. That is the single biggest jump of points. The single biggest thing you can do to gain points in the game at all. Each elimination, 1 point. Each placement is 1 point until you look at second to first. So if you aren't able to confirm those chicken dinners, that is a lot of points left on the board, a lot of points left onto the table.
A lot of points indeed. Those placements matter, without question. You could slay out as much as you want. We've seen teams do that, pick up 9, 12 eliminations for their good effort, but if you're not getting the placements, you're selling yourself short. And for iNCO Gaming, they have sold themselves short enough. Today, that should end, and they should be maybe on top, especially if you're a fan of them. Let us know in chat, who are you a fan of today when it comes to double points? FURIA, iNCO, E7, or good old NA within Hyper, who's been on the up and up, improving quite a bit. Now, let's focus our conversation from, obviously double points team. We talked about iNCO, we talked about FURIA, but Titan Gaming, and I want to talk about them because not only are they North America, but we also had a spectacular day yesterday, Hot Jukes, from Titan Gaming's own Doran, who picked up 18 eliminations, which is even beating out Revo, which is incredible.
Improvement. Let's go. I mean, that's what we need to see. I mean, we've been waiting for Titan Gaming to really show us what they got, and I think it's a similar situation with Hyper and pretty much the rest of NA, right? I mean, new team coming together, at least a new roster, and man, they've been just making simple mistakes, right? Just playing so separate, kind of playing for themselves. But Doran putting up 18 eliminations, that's what gets the team hyped. You know what I'm saying? Most on the day. Yeah, I mean, these guys are going to have a lot to, I think, show here. And honestly, they need to, because they made us a promise, Taylor.
To be the best bottom team out there, right? So that's the promise. We want to see them get on the top page too. I forget who it was. It Titan Gaming who promised us top page? It was one of the teams, whether it be Hyper or Titan Gaming. I thought Red Ox actually was performing the best yesterday on Titan Gaming, but funny enough, it was actually Doran. So much respect. 18 eliminations is not easy to come by, especially with this lobby. We talked about Mythic, Cameron. We talked about Revo obviously going back and forth as the top fragger for MVP. It would be astonishing, right, if we get an NA player from Titan Gaming, right, Doran, to be that top fragger from NA. That would be insane.
That'd be crazy.
Yeah, I mean, they would have to continue to perform at this level. They're currently third on the week itself, currently in third place. It's actually Royals of War, then Liquid, then Titan in the top 3. Pretty close together. So it's, again, the fact that we're playing so many games, it really starts to spread teams out based off of the consistency. We will have to see Titan perform this consistency across this entire week, but the numbers are looking good on their end. They have a 4th place, 2 third places, and all those games have a good number of eliminations tied with them. They don't have a chicken dinner yet, so again, just leaning into you need to be able to hit those. But as long as they're putting themselves in the mix, as long as they don't lose the opportunity too many times, if they get a lot of podiums today, but still no chicken dinners, then I'm going to be worried about their abilities. But again, with the elimination points coming in as well, it's not going to be the worst of the world. Yet.
But it crushes me though to hear that right now, if you were just to wipe the slate clean, right, and just take yesterday, they'd be in 3rd place. And I'm like, why couldn't they just do that the whole time? Yeah. But it took some adjustments. Obviously, there was communication issues, and we talked about Titan Gaming, missing one of their star-studded players. Those adjustments weren't easy, and it definitely had an effect on them. But it's nice to see them coming into their own, starting to improve and get that confidence back, which I think is very, very important. I just hope this roster stays together through thick and thin, or at least the core 3, right? And then continue to drive home to potentially a championship in the future. NA, just want to see them do well. By the way, it was NRG Galaxy who promised to be front page by the end of the week. So NRG Galaxy, another team that has much improved, but NA across the board has been improving. So I'm happy to see that. I am, because especially with the way that they started, Hot Chicks, I wasn't too happy with them.
Yeah, I mean, not me either. And that's kind of like a trend we've seen in so many different tournaments, is where all of a sudden when the pressure's off you, we just start seeing those teams go crazy. And it's unfortunate that it's a little bit too late, but it's better late than never, right? I mean, there's always, the fall coming up around the corner. So hopefully this is a sign of the greatness that is to come.
Greatness to come. Well, will we also see some greatness come out from Chief? Team Liquid, obviously, Ayala as well. 5 eliminations for Chief away from 100, which we obviously noticed Mythic and Revo reaching that point a little bit ago. And then for Ayala, he's 9 eliminations away from 100. So spectacular numbers coming out from them. You have to give them credit where credit is due. Let's even throw Alpha7's McGrellan in there, potentially to join Revo past 100 eliminations. He has 14 to get to that point. I have no doubt that he will reach it, especially by the end of this week. With the way Alpha7 Team Liquid's been playing, there's no reason why those standout players can't reach that point. But when you talk about that, I mean, Cameron, we're talking about Revo from Alpha7 already being at 100, McGrellan about to reach that point at 100. Literally hundreds and hundreds of points, eliminations, I should say,
right,
coming from one roster alone. I mean, that slaying power is so scary for anyone that has to face them. And out there, dare I even say it, even on the international stage.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. I will say, though, for Alpha7, as strong of a team as we know they are, yesterday they did show some weakness. I'm looking back at the scoreboards, and they opened up with 2 pretty poor games. A 14th place 2, 11th place 3. So it's possible, again, just looking at the endurance factor of this entire event, it's a 3-long ordeal, 15 total days. This is day 12 of the entire thing. It's possible that the steam the energy might be running out, and it could take them some time to get into the mix. So this could give Liquid an opportunity to continue to push ahead, even though, again, Alpha7, once they're on, they're super strong, they're super good, a really big threat, but that's kind of a door that's being opened a little bit. At least it was yesterday. We'll see if it happens again today.
I want to talk about something when it comes to Alpha7 a little bit more. And Hotchooks, you brought this up yesterday, and I found it so interesting. Alpha7 was getting hot dropped on, and I forget what it was, like one of the first couple of maps, and maybe it was in Hyper. I believe it was
SLR got 2 of
That's right.
A7 on the rotate on game 2 Miramar.
Okay, that might be it. And there was also where Alpha7 got wiped out. They lost 3 members. And there was a conversation where, Hot Jukes, you brought up the fact that, I think it was SLR, and you were talking about, okay, maybe Alpha7 could be getting into their head, a bit of mental warfare. Is any spot they go going to be safe? And you kind of question, would Alpha7's mentality take a hit? You think it took a hit at all yesterday?
Look, if they opened the door, it was to the fridge to go get lunch, and they're going to be right back. You know what I'm saying? Let's be real. Alpha7's ridiculous. And at this point, they're just running with the lobby. I said the only thing that could be in their minds is just preparation for the World Cup at this point.
Sure.
So fair. I think they're kind of having fun with it. But when it's time to get serious and put points on the board, they can do it.
Well, I'm ready to go. Game number 1, Erangel. Let's start off day number 12 hot, especially with our double points from Group A. FURIA, iNCO, E7, and Hyper. Who's going to take the first one? Either of those 4, or maybe someone else out of the 16. Let's get it started. Hot Juice, Cameron Davis, take it away.
Let's go, baby. Double points for Group A. So just for anybody that's just tuning in for the first time, once again, here it is, right? It's obviously going to be none other than Team Liquid versus Alpha7, and iNCO Gaming and FURIA versus the entire lobby.
Yep.
And I am really, really interested to see all of these other teams do something else than just kind of let FURIA and iNCO run away with this, Cameron. Because at this point, they have to stop them, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And as much as I think at first glance, at first look, you would say, hot drop them. Stop them. Don't let them get points. That's not that wouldn't be the way that I would suggest teams. That wouldn't be the most efficient way, the most highest likelihood success rate of being able to stop any of these teams. The most obvious answer is that if you do hot drop and they win, that's 8 free points with the 4 eliminations that they get, right? But really, it's more so I want to see teams, if they get a knock, they see the elimination feed, they get the information that it is a team on double points ahead of them, maybe put a little bit of extra effort. Don't throw the game, don't int it, but at least start to play around the fact, make decisions based on the fact that they're on double points and you're not. As we see phase number 1, North once again, Severny dead center, Queso with a good starting position. I would want to see them probably pop down early to what we sometimes call crossroads. There's a little bit of a double compound just to the south of them. If they can grab that in an early spot, it could be a good run because, again, they're not on double points, but they're looking to continue their push up into a potential top 4 finish.
Yeah, let's see what happens here. I think that you're right. You don't necessarily hot drop, but if you can too, if you did your homework, you'll know where they're dropping, right?
Yeah.
And if you see where the next circle is going to go, maybe you could camp out a vehicle rotation, or maybe try to cut them off from getting a vehicle. So I hope they did their homework.
Shoot tires.
Anything you can to just annoy them. Literally, if you slow them down by 5 seconds on a rotation, you did your job, in my opinion. Yeah.
Those 5 seconds could really make or break a team. There are so many times that we see a team push into another squad and they get some eliminations because of how fast they're able to get there. Or sometimes they're just in front of the blue. Like, there are so many things, so many dominoes that fall into place in this game because of how many interactions there are with 16 teams, with the circle, with the loot, and the terrain, and all this good stuff. So you might not see the fruits of your efforts. But if it's a low cost, resource-wise to you, of time, of ammo, whatever it is, take it. You never know how impactful it could be in the end.
Yeah, I gotta agree, and especially when the going gets tough and you are in a position of high pressure. Most players, just humans in general, they opt to go to comfortability, right? Something that they're really comfortable with. So they'll go to their usual drop spots. Like even right now, if you did your homework and you notice that Augustus likes to take this rotation, hey, maybe you camp out that bridge, put someone there, And if you're able to shoot their tires, take one of their players out, just leave, right? Just leave because you did your job, and that's going to hurt them big time. So let's see if that will happen. So far, nothing out of the ordinary from what I've seen.
Nope.
Kind of disappointing.
Yeah, we are seeing FURIA rotate into the zone just briefly, crossing over those bridges. And we also see a standoff here in Yasnaya. But Yasnaya is not the hardest city for a standoff to occur in. It's big enough that you could share it reasonably well. I am seeing David overextend quite a bit, and there's already a fair bit of loot in that backpack, it looks like. So this is very, very risky. Fortunately, it doesn't look like Influence Rage is in a position to catch him out. But man, that could be a very important loss early on.
Yeah, absolutely can. And let's see if everyone's going to be able to get to their next spot safely. So far, looking so good. 9Z getting very close to FURIA. FURIA going to have to hit the gas and get out of here. And they are. So far, so good. But doesn't look like that was a set play. FURIA are going to be driving near Team Queso, so they're going to have to be careful here.
Good for 9Z to take this compound away, but yeah, Queso already holding this position, so FURIA kind of ping-ponging between two separate positions. And I don't know if this is something that is a misplay on their end. It could just be poor luck that they were kind of like, that their backup got taken where 9Z are before they realized that their initial position was already taken by Queso. We'll see how well they respond to this, but a lot of teams are still maneuvering around, still adjusting their positions. It's not a death sentence for anyone yet, FURIA or otherwise. It's still early on in the game that there are options to play with. But we just got to see what those options end up being decided.
Let's see what those decisions are going to be. I'm looking right now at the map, trying to see who's going to be the late stragglers that is in the running here. Team Liquid, yeah, they're going to be coming from that shelter prison site. So they're going to have to find a way up north. Alpha7 headed up here very, very quickly from their North Shore spot. So no surprise there. Yeah, and FURIA are right there holding that crash site. And you can see them just trying to put some shots down range. Playing keep away right now against 9Z.
Yeah, it looks like FURIA are still trying to play a little bit of a teasing game, trying to figure out exactly how much space 9Z are going to let them take back. As we see a couple other teams also rotate into the zone. Influence Rage went south of Yasnaya. They're now running into Team Liquid. Interesting position to be caught out. I wonder if Influence Rage are actually extended out that direction to try and catch other teams on their own rotate. But it looks like Liquid, if that is the case, we're able to avoid it fairly well.
Yeah, so far so good. Nobody getting into any crazy engagements. Titan Gaming is going to be the team latest to the party. They're still looting up Milta Power, so they're going to have a rotation in the blue zone here. And we're going to see where this next circle is going to go. Any standouts right now? I'm trying to keep an eye on where iNCO is. And iNCO is going to be taking Rozhawk, so they're making a bet down here. But it looks like Baton is going to get a nice knock on to Chief, and he is completely out in the open here. So most likely going to get thirsted. Team Liquid losing a player on rotation to start things off.
Yeah, it's
Not
always It's always very nervous to me when I see two teams rotate next to each other when they're not in like a super tight caravan, because you can never tell like who's going to be the first one to stop on the other. Are they going to keep driving? Do they want to take that risk? But then when are they going to like see an opportunity to really pull up and get that initial knock here? And so good for Hyper to find that first one, but at the same time, it's also the right decision for Liquid to not try and overextend back the other direction. It's unfortunate to lose a player early on, but to lose more than that would be throwing the game. So stay up S3, and you can still get a good number of points regardless.
Yeah, and they have a little bit of a little point gap on Alpha7 right now, so you're just trying to put some decent points on the board.
Yeah.
And then tomorrow, Team Liquid needs to go crazy.
Yeah.
So that's going to be interesting to see. And then Alpha7 in the same boat, but their bonus point day is going to be on Sunday. So they're going to know exactly how many points they need in order to take this this championship home. And man, I'll tell you what, this team has been looking really good. As far as squads that are able to like overcome adversity and deal with like really bad positions, I don't think anybody matches Alpha7 here in this lobby.
Right. Though I am curious that they're continuing to loot in Severny. At least one of their players was. So unsure why they weren't able to find all their loot in North George. Must be something very specific that they were having to look for. There are those games that you run through about 7 houses and you still can't find that AR compensator that you so desperately want, right? So that's understandable, I guess, but it's still a bit curious. It's not the worst position for them to take, and they do get the shift going in their direction. A hard shift towards the west. Good for E7, good for 9Z.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Alpha7 going to probably take to that Snake Hill on the other side of the map. That's a pretty good position. So many spots still available. But look at the great migration here on the right side of the map. Everybody's going to be pushing in. So we're going to definitely see some shots ring out here soon. And Hyper going through that bridge. iNCO are going to have to come up from Rozhawk. And one of our big teams that we're keeping an eye on today, FURIA, right? Dead center. So they're in a good position here as well.
They are. It's quite a big hill that FURIA is playing on. It's not one that they can control the entire thing themselves, but it's still a good position to maximize the double points day and get off to a good start. NRG here, though, not a great start for them. Specs gone down, Fate's dropped very low. Facing off against Queso, should be able to catch Milo out. A bit of damage there, but not quite enough to get the real trade knock. Where is Spec, however? Could they go for a revive here?
I'm looking, and he is a little bit overextended. Oh, and he does get thirsted. Yeah, so Team Queso getting a knock and finish onto NRG Galaxy. Let's see if they're going to be able to keep their promise at the end of the day and make it to the first page. But we'll have to, yeah, what do you think about that?
I made a face when we got reminded that it was NRG that said that, because they're one of the worst performers from North America yesterday. So it's strange that they're the ones that tried to act cocky and confident, but then it was Hyper and Titan that were the real standout performers. Like it's a long week. It's a long week. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, they have a double base point day coming up soon. Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, of course.
Let's see if they're going to be able to hold it down here. I'm still looking at the map. We have Titan Gaming making the rotation still all the way from Stalber. And you can see Alpha7 setting up real good over here in shooting range. So, and they're actually going to be taking that playing position for now. So as we look at, yeah, this is that rotation that I called out a little bit earlier. So far, so good. Nothing early. So no vehicle, rotation camps. Nobody going out of the way. It looks like everyone's just kind of playing their regular game here to start things off.
Ooh, unfortunate to hit the rock there.
Ouch.
It's mostly unfortunate because just look at their meds. It's not great. Well, Redox has 5 first aid kits, but the boosts don't look particularly fantastic. They're going to have to try and refill their meds once they get into the zone. And because they're coming in late, they're going to be coming in quite blind. So they should be prepared to go for an immediate fight, with Queso currently in Severny blocking the way. But right now, we are also looking at SLR and 9Z kind of staring each other down. Neither team looks like they want to move out from this position, which makes sense. We're only a couple of moments from Phase 3 revealing itself. And so the efforts to get into a better position, one, SLR's position isn't even that bad to begin with, but the efforts to get to a better one are not worth the risk. But it is going to be a medium shift down southwest. E7 with an okay spot, but Wako is already backing away from it. I think Liquid are going to instantly take a central position if they can go for that compound.
Let's see what happens here. Yeah, now Team Liquid, dead center, Alpha7 right above of them. I'm looking to see. Yeah, FURIA is going to be on that bottom side right there. iNCO are going to be late to the party. So iNCO are going to have to find a way to get into this next zone. And it looks like they're going to be taking the long route, possibly going to going through Ruin. So that actually might work out for them because All Glory Gaming are very, very spread out here. So if they're able to find one of these players, they can just kind of int on them one at a time.
SLR do spot in Hyper on the rotate. Send out a couple of shots. Looking for a cheeky knock because there's no way that Hyper is going to try and take this compound. It's right on the edge. It's not valuable at all. But of course, it is, in a way, feeding them into 9Z. The shotgun comes out. Doesn't actually deal any damage. I can't believe that Hyper are still as healthy as they are because this rush to the center of the zone has gone through quite a few number of teams at this point.
Yes, it has. Yeah, Influence Rage are coming in from the top here. We got Be Bold. It's going to be an all-out war. 9Z, yeah, they got this position nice and early, so they're going to be holding it down for the time being. No crazy battles just yet. Only a few players have been eliminated. And that's going to be 2 from NRG, 1 from Team Liquid. So this is the game that I've been waiting to see here, Cameron, right? I mean, just teams surviving all the way to the end. We don't see any kind of crazy early engagements. I think they definitely are starting to realize that, hey, this is our last week. We got to make a name for ourselves.
That's true. You're right. Actually, yesterday, at least starting halfway through, we started to get a lot of eliminations in the early game. This time around, teams have been a lot more specific with the fights that they're taking, though I do see these two cars just rotating around each other, really baiting out shots from the opposing team. I think that's what Juco's trying to do, to see if they can't bait Queso into an engagement that his team can then capitalize on. But iNCO now in the blue, sending shots. This was that late rotate, and they crash into AGG.
Nice
long-range shots do deal a bit of damage.
Nenebete from that angle, able to at least, stifle them a little bit, trying to make this fight fair, and the rest of iNCO are going to have to make something happen. Gary getting a nice knock, and Pedrino gets knocked here, so All Glory Gaming definitely falling apart. It's going to be really up to Fran. What can he do?
AK, left in hand, it's heavy damage on both sides. The one versus... Oh, can't quite do it. There it is.
Through the window?
It's actually Nenebete again. That range position. Listen, you tried to tell me that split positions are not valuable.
Wow.
This is exactly why. If you are able to set it up in the way that iNCO are, if you're able to have a player at long range to output as much impact as Nenebete just did, that's why teams try and set them up in this way.
Yeah, and that's the way to do it. If you're going to do a split, you got to put yourself in a position where you can actually support your teammates. And I think that's where we see so many players make that mistake. But as we get into another fight here, SLR getting away with Team Queso. Yeah, they're going to lose a player on rotate. A little bit of a blind send here from Team Queso, but not much of a choice they have as they're going to try to find a spot into this next circle.
I'm just surprised that the water is still in play. I thought that the river was going to get eliminated at this point.
Everybody thought.
Yeah, at least they hoped for, but a hard shift again, southwest.
Uh-oh.
Oh, and a lot of players are opting into the water because of this. There aren't that many places to play. Cube has already been taken by Royals of War, and so everyone else is just sending it into the water. What? There's like 7 teams here. This is insane.
Gosh. Even Influence Rage is coming on down. Let's see if Royals of War can hold out Influence Rage, as Erangel is going to be the only player here holding down that Wizard Tower. We're going to see the utility probably come out. No, never mind. Ayala from Team Liquid catches them, and you're right. There's squads all over the place. And Hyper, FURIA. I mean, it's just time to go fishing.
I'm surprised so many teams wanted to send it to center, whether it was Cube or the water. We still have a couple of teams on the north side, but that's just a much more valuable way to even try and gain points. There are still 14 teams up. The expectation that you can start to farm placements from the river, that's a bit of a long shot. Yeah.
Especially so early. I think a lot of players could have caught third parties, but instead they all just said, you know what? Let's just have a little party in the water here. And here come the nades rigging out. Law's getting shot from pretty much every single angle at this point. Team Queso get eliminated. One more nade towards FS. And Hyper hurt bad. And FURIA, man. FURIA are in a real tough spot here, as Gaovski's trying to be able to catch their teammate.
But you know the team that is really getting a lot of value out of their position is going to be iNCO on the south. Because they were south of the river, they can still play their position. They're already spread out again, similar to what we saw AGG, and they can just third-party long-range shots all across the way. We do see E7 go out in 13th place. Stars gets revived.
And that's a very lucky shift for iNCO. I mean, the fact that the zone went all the way south here,
Right.
they got to utilize this opportunity for sure. Because if it went north, they would have been in big trouble. They would have just been gate kept by everybody. So, and Hyper on their double points day as well. They have 3 so far. Looking to make some noise for North America. And yeah, the smokes are definitely going to have to start ringing out here because they are stuck in a really tough spot. Nice shot there, though, onto FURIA. And that's the team everyone's trying to take out. They're holding it down for now. Just Koi spot. Arthur's in. I don't think he does. Yeah, he's just going to be having eyes locked onto stars down here.
Definitely hears the shots. Sending out some blind mollies, some blind shotgun rounds. And Stars backs away. A bit too threatening from SLR on both sides. But SLR are dropping down. Either chasing Stars or pressure from teams on a number of different angles. Not quite sure, but...
They're jumping in the water. Yeah, if you jump in the water, you can see swimmers super easy.
Oh!
So, yeah, they're popping out. And Stars wins the 1v1, hops right back in the water. And play a little bit of game of peekaboo here. Little Marco Polo. And we're going to see if the rest of his team's going to be able to help him out. Baton, yeah, he's just so pushed out. Oh, that nade is heading right in his direction. Does it hit him? Oh, so close.
There were a lot more where that came from, though. SLR is putting in a lot of work from this position. They didn't send it to the water to just try and play safe. They sent it to the water to clean up. They want to clean up the swamp. They want to get all of the litter out of this lovely river and try and make it a beautiful river again.
That's right. Let's see. Hey, I mean, go green. That is what SLR is trying to do here.
Oh boy, wait.
And
did we see what the next shift was again?
I know. I mean, they knew something we didn't, Cameron. Because I mean, this zone went right here towards that bridge. And SLR looking to swim as well. Oh, getting shot up, and he gets knocked. It's just dragging up for SLR.
Oh, boy's gone down now too, though.
And fortunate shift for iNCO. iNCO hasn't having to move a muscle. They are just like come to pop up with this kind of circle. Let's see if they're able to really optimize it. And FURIA holding on for dear life here. Remember, this is their double points day. They gotta do everything they can to survive. And they're trying from this bridge position.
Unfortunately, they have just been battered and bruised from so many different angles. They're running out of utility, running out of meds.
If they go out right now, 0 points.
Yeah, that's the problem. They're still quite far away from any placements. They don't have any eliminations either. And with the health bars that they have, trying to take a gunfight is not going to be pretty successful for them.
Carlos then goes down. There's going to be 1 player up for Team Liquid. Alpha7 still has a squad up, but they're going to have to push from the north side here. Mythic catches Artuzin. And I wonder if Team Liquid especially realizes it's FURIA, if they're going to give it any extra effort. At the end of the day, they're still so far ahead, they don't have to worry about them. But, oh, what happened? Was that a self-nade? Or from somebody else, but FURIA gets eliminated, and that is a 0-point game, not the start that they wanted.
It's not good. Like I said, yesterday it was a bit of a slow start for them. But now with fewer teams on the river, this does give some extra space for teams like Hyper to try and apply pressure on the high ground. A good grenade goes inside. Doesn't get the knock, but it deals some damage. And still, Hyper, they're kicking 7 eliminations for them, and they're hitting placements now. So for another team that's on double point day, this is such a good start for them.
Baton really putting in some work right now. And Hyper, yeah, 7 eliminations. Baton with 4 of those. 497 damage. That's how you want to start, that's for sure. Meanwhile, Super Lazy Reflex are going to get eliminated. And Influence Rage, they took that Wizard Tower, and man, they have been holding it strong. Also, got to give a shout out to FS. FS has only 1 elimination, but 634 damage.
Ooh, wait a second. Law now wants to clean up the last team in the river. They know that it's a bit more free for them. They have the man advantage. People in the water try and search out Baton. And Hyper's run might be stopped just a little bit too short. But now Influence Rage, I don't know if I agree with them sending all of these bodies into the river like this.
They're going swimming. Baton hops into the buggy. And Federal is going to have eyes on him. But yeah, Alpha7 have eyes on this position now. So everybody needs to watch out. Federal. Oh, Baton might shoot him from the back. And he gets him. No, he doesn't. He misses the shots. That is going to be a tough one.
And Diego's also gone down. Federal low, Law low. I think Influence Rage might have just thrown their game. It's not like they had a lot of other options in front of them, but just to, like, Lemming send it into the river, lost any chance of trying to pick up other elimination points because there were still Royals of War just to their east, who have been having a pretty good game so far themselves, so not even opting into a fight with them before they go into the rest of the zone is a bit of a question mark for me.
Oh, well, you know, sometimes you see your friends, right, go to the river and you want to join the party. And I think Influence Rage wanted to have some fun in the sun.
The water does look nice.
It does look nice and refreshing. It's hot outside, that is for sure. But man, Baton still alive, holding on. Definitely not the best decision for Influence Rage because they are getting punished from this. And they could have held that tower still. I mean, they're still in zone there.
Yeah.
But instead, you know, try to hunt down some eliminations.
Yeah.
Colgo catches them.
Yeah, again,
that hurts.
Royals of War are still using the high ground as long as they can. I do wonder if those grenades that we saw a few moments ago by Hyper into the tower kind of spooked Influence Rage. That actually seems like a reasonable case. But again, I think they could have at least left 1 or 2 players behind.
Possible. Law's going to go for the res on the Federal, and he should be able to get it. Baton is up and ready to go here. So, and Hyper's still putting in work. Team Liquid with 7 eliminations. When did that happen? That was quick.
I mean, most of it's been on a
5
Mythic.
of them for Mythic.
Yeah.
I mean, who else is it going to be, right, at this
Of
point?
course. Just third-partying, not overextending,
It is known.
not getting too vulnerable, but just throwing some shots out, stealing some eliminations.
Uh-oh.
And now, with a lot of frag grenades still in the backpack.
It's
With
Mythic.
A7 coming in from the opposite side, they seem to know
you see that
exactly
thing?
where Mythic is.
Oh my gosh. I thought that nade was right on point. Just a little bit short. Mythic has some of his own, but now iNCO is getting in the mix. So iNCO has to watch out. But the problem is that this hill, they have no sight lines down this hill. It's just steep enough. So iNCO are going to have to push out. But this could be an iNCO gaming win easily, especially with this next zone.
Only 3 eliminations. That was from the fight earlier. They weren't able to clean up any other
We need more.
third-party shots from these positions. But coming into this as the only team left with all 4 standing should give them an opportunity to clean up. But again, I agree with you, though. Alpha7 being below that ridge, that's a huge threat point.
Yeah, I think Alpha7, they got their eyes on that bridge right now. They're just trying to clean up everybody, and then they'll deal with iNCO later. But they're going to have to deal with them sooner than later here because this zone is looking like it's most likely going to go. Wow, what a shot there from 7 from across the way. Victix is going to try to run in to res him. I don't even know if that's the right play. Gets popped. Oh, down to 1 HP. And there goes Mythic. So Mythic is down from Team Liquid. Alpha7, how are they going to finish this game?
iNCO still just trying to output as much damage as possible, get as many eliminations as possible. They're in the zone. We still got to see where Phase 7 and, of course, Phase 8 goes afterwards. But in the meantime, with the blind spot, Alpha7 to focus exclusively on Influence Rage. Grenades. Oh, that one looked better than it ended up being from our perspective, from our angle. And Hyper still alive, despite Law also throwing some utility in that direction.
Hanging on, but this is an iNCO gaming win. It has to be. I mean, the zone going even further in their direction.
Right.
This is what you hope for here. And this was very fortunate for them because they would have been toast if the zone went north. But the fact that it went all the way down south here has been super beneficial for them. It's time for them to get some eliminations, though, because Alpha7 are looking to take all of them for themselves. That nade was mighty close to Carrillo, and Law ends up catching him.
I want to see iNCO go get involved here once they saw the knocks in the elimination feed, but unfortunately, Royals of War staying on that high ground angle would probably do a lot of damage to them on the rush. So unfortunately, iNCO Gaming, they might just be forced to just stay prone and listen to the
That's a hard
party
point.
happen. Yeah, like they.
Yeah. I
I
can't
don't
blame
know.
them at the same time. Like,
Yeah.
they need eliminations, but at the same time, it's like, hey, it's an automatic chicken dinner. Why don't we just try and hope that we get some of these stragglers and hope they run up?
Oh,
That's
they
one
can't even
right
get that one. Okay, they got one. They got one.
wow.
Sorry,
Okay,
I saw
yeah, they got one.
Alpha7 got one of the Royals of War, but Tonka's last one up was actually able to cross the river through smoke, swimming across away from the bridge. How much more damage can Tonka do before going down? Because 3 eliminations, 4th place minimum. It's not a bad start for Royals of War.
They need a massive start, though. Like, they really have to do crazy if they want to stand a chance here at making it into top 3. And meanwhile, yeah, I think he's going to have to push at some point. Let's see what happens. As Mafioso is coming from behind now, trying to shut down Influence Rage. Let's see if this nade hits.
look at the minimap, look at iNCO. I think they're actually starting to push. With Royals of War no longer having the high ground angle across the river, they can now get involved more easily. Now, granted, they want to make sure that they can stay tight and play for trades. But at the moment, they are still letting it Alpha7 and Influence Rage just deal with each other by themselves.
Mafioso tried to pull out that nade. Now he's pushing out the DBS. Mafioso. Carrillo's going to be coming from the other angle, and Influence Rage gets eliminated. So that's Alpha7 versus iNCO. 9 eliminations, but Tonka's on this off angle. You can't count him out as well because the zone has gone towards his direction. Oh, behind him, though.
Yeah.
Gotta be careful.
I don't know if iNCO are aware of his position. They could be tunnel vision on Alpha7. We did see 7 just throw himself along that northwest ridge of the blue. Alpha7 are backing away from that, still trying to stay on the low ground, and they're scouting out. They're aware
He knows.
of Tonka still being alive.
Yeah, he's like, that rock right there is too suspicious. So
Right.
he's keeping an eye out. He knows that there's got to be a player over there. But, I mean, it's possible that iNCO thinks this is a pure 4v4.
Oh, good
nice
knock.
shot from Nunez. Real quick. Said, don't peek me. Do not peek me. Because they need these double points more than everybody right now. They're trying to get that last slot to make it to the big show that is right around the corner. McGrellin in a 1v1, and that's it. Alpha7 eliminated. This is all iNCO Gaming for the win.
It took them a while to go on the push, but they executed perfectly. Only a little bit of damage onto 7, who played entry, kind of stood around as bait, and the rest of iNCO was there to follow up, and all 4 up. And at this point, yeah, it's running out of options on where the last member alive could be.
And he got a beautiful game for iNCO, one that they so desperately needed. And you can just see the look on their faces. Hey, you know what? At the same time as they're excited, oh, they know the work's not done yet.
No, not at all. And that, again, remember, this is with Gary subbing in from Italy, so we're questioning the reasoning behind that roster move. But I mean, it's only been it's only been one round, but so far it's worked.
It's worked so far, hasn't it? Gary will pick up, the least amount of damage, also only 1 elimination, but let's not discredit what he did. Hot Chicks, what is going on?
Oh my gosh. This is one of those moments that happen where you can have a roster swap, and let's be real, they got so lucky. The zone just went south, 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 south. But you know what? To me, I'm superstitious. He's on the roster. We won that game. Yo, you are here, baby. That's it. That's the change we needed.
But what? Vitaly is out now. Is that what we're saying? All of a sudden, now Gary is in.
That's what Jukes is saying.
See ya. I mean, that's how it happens. I mean, sometimes who knows? It could be just the good luck charm. Who cares if he didn't do nothing? We won the game.
I hope you are never my coach for anything we do, man. Because you could bring in a newborn baby child, and then all of a sudden the team performs better, and you're like, you're in, you're out. It's like, whoa, don't crush my dreams. Well, good on iNCO. That's the way you want to start off, Cameron, right? Winner, winner, chicken dinner. 8 eliminations. iNCO Gaming. Very hyped up in the pre-show, but not as hyped up, I think, as FURIA. FURIA was that team that we were expecting to, have just a stellar day, which could absolutely still happen with 5 games remaining. But, I mean, you want to talk about the perfect start for iNCO. Lucky or not, Gary, Vitaly, it doesn't matter. Performance is performance in iNCO Gaming. They have it.
Yeah, but it was lucky. We have to acknowledge that.
It was lucky, dude.
In fact, we were talking about it during the game. They might have played it arguably too safe. I think it is very possible that they could have gotten even more points out of that round. I understand, as what Juke said, it was essentially a free win at that point. They just needed to not throw, but I still think they could have pushed it a little bit more. They could have gotten more involved in the fight. We will have to see what this does to their confidence going forward today, but... And I'm not blaming them for being lucky. You have to win the games that you have to win. You have to win the games that you're given the opportunity to win, and this was one of those games. They were at least able to do that. How many points can they get when they're not given the shift? That's the test for the remaining five games today.
Yep, that is.
Yeah, and we have 5 games to see, right? They are going to be put to the test without question, and maybe some resentment now grows for the other 3 teams who are going for double points today. Maybe not in Hyper, though. I will give in Hyper some credit, man. 7 eliminations, 5th place, a team that is looking to regain control, right, in the NA standings, Hot Jukes. I believe this game actually will secure that, given the fact NRG Galaxy was the 2nd team to be eliminated, albeit they do pick up 2 eliminations, but 2 points is not going to be enough. I believe in Hyper might overtake them in the positions.
I mean, it's most likely going to happen, right? It's their double points day. They should overtake them in their position, right? And it was a really hard one to play. I mean, they had to send it all the way down. But hold on, look at that, 36 points from iNCO.
That's
but still, 20 from Hyper. It's good to see, these teams in Group A maximizing their opportunity.
Let me say this, all right? If you win the lottery, you're lucky, okay? But you're taking home the millions of dollars, right? You're not giving it back because you were lucky. And I think for iNCO Gaming, they're just fine with that 36 points. You take that all day, every day. In Hyper with 20, Alpha7. Got to talk about them. 14, good, but they just get richer. They were already rich to begin with. They don't need to win that lottery at this point in time. Team Liquid also included, but a heck of a start without question. And Cameron, just a little bit more on iNCO. I want to talk about that split at the beginning that you guys were praising against AGG. That showed to me, though, like they're very much in control of what they want to do as a team and how they want to attack fights.
So if you recall, they were actually rotating into a split that AGG had. We didn't see the very beginning of that fight, but when we finally tuned into Nenebete's long-ranged angle, there were a number of teammates already knocked. So I do wonder if that was an intentional set-up play or one that they sort of like accidentally ran into. But regardless, being able to make those quick adjustments is such an important thing that you need to do in PUBG Mobile. And so regardless of how they ended up in that situation, it's one that worked out for them. It was one that they were able to deliver on.
iNCO Gaming will knock 3 teams down a peg. That's FURIA, Influence Rage, and Deathwolves as iNCO Gaming take over 3rd place due to their wonderful game. Things start to heat up between Fury and Influence Rage, both tied at 531. Big news, though, on the top of the leaderboard. Team Liquid will break or at least hit 700 points. Alpha7 not far behind, which means at a certain point we could potentially be looking at a 200-point lead over 3rd place, depending on what iNCO Gaming does today. Hot Chicks, I hear you laughing. I am too internally because that's just ridiculous.
It's ridiculous. It really is because, I mean, Alpha7, come on. I mean, yeah, we talked about even them trying to open the door, right? I mean, they shut that real quick. Yeah, they're just like, yeah, it's time to put in some work. 9 eliminations, 2nd place. You got to take that. But look at this. And Hyper making some moves as well. We love to see it.
Yeah, big game coming out from them, Cameron, but only 5 points up over NRG Galaxy. But the big news from Hyper is they show great promise that their double points day, they might be making the most of it.
Yeah, it was not easy for them to survive as long as they did in the river. The fact that they were able to deliver in such a stressful environment where there were shots literally fired on all angles, grenades literally thrown from all sorts of angles. They were playing on the low ground. They had to deal with the sharks in the water alongside them, as well as teams on the high ground like Royals of War and Influence Rage. That is not an easy situation to survive in, and they lasted quite a while down there. There were many points that I was like, okay, you got a couple of eliminations, but like surely you're not going to survive longer. And they did. They were able to get so close to like a top 4 finish there. So that was absolutely a great sign for, hopefully, fingers crossed, things to come today.
And that was Baton just carrying the torch there for eliminations. Right. Capri's been a big talking point. Capri is one of the newest additions to this roster, joining, 3 or 4 days ago, something like that in terms of competition. A little bit more, obviously, we had the 2-day break, but Hyper's been on the up and up. They've been looking great, but I love the results from game number 1 because things are getting spicy right in that top 4 conversation, and it's going to continue to heat up. Now, granted, we do have this, quote-unquote curse, right, when it comes to Game 1 performers on double points day. Sometimes don't do that well. I hope that curse is going to be broken today. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Miramar, map number 2, coming your way.
Hello everyone, the all-new 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League event PMSL Pass will be available from May 31st to June 30th. The PMSL Pass has 20 levels and only takes 500 UC to unlock. Get a Dark Arts Gentleman set immediately after purchase. After unlocking the PMSL Pass, you can view the missions and complete them to get points. Raise your pass level to claim corresponding rewards. Plenty of rewards await you, including the Dark Arts Gentleman set, Dark Arts Gentleman glasses, Dark Legend Smoke Grenade, Dark Legend Avatar Frame, and the ultimate reward, Dark Legend UMP 45. To quickly raise your pass level, you can 1. Redeem points from points voucher redemption codes. You can start by using the redemption code 24PMSL Pass now. 2. Use UC to purchase levels directly. After reaching the max level, every additional level reached will grant 1 PMSL crate. Additionally, you can gift the PMSL pass to friends who meet the conditions. Send your friends a small gift and complete to see who unlocks the ultimate reward first. That's all for this introduction to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League event. Unlock the PMSL pass, put on the Dark Arts Gentleman's set with friends, and collect amazing rewards.
Hi everyone, PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 20 is coming soon. Curious about what new content there is? Let's take a look. Our focus for this update is on bettering your gaming experience, so we've added a series of improvements. First, we've added quick action functions. Starting now, you can tap to repair all items at once on the loadout page, and you can open multiple gift packs at once in your inventory. We've also improved the firearm status at the start of the match. During the preparation stage, firearms will be reloaded by default and will be set to full auto firing mode. These improvements all aim to save your time while improving efficiency. Additionally, you can now earn EXP from Metro Royale matches. In other words, playing Metro Royale will now contribute towards raising your player level. If you bring a companion into Metro Royale, they will also earn companion EXP. Chapter 20 also brings brand new honor rewards and collectibles. What's different this time is that after you get certain gold collectibles, they can be displayed in your personal space of the main lobby. You also have the chance to unlock home collectible decorations. Place them in your home to show them off to your friends. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's Arctic base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. Oh, and we've also added 2 new firearms in this update, the P90 Cobra and P90 Steel Front. Don't forget to try them out. That sums up all the new Metro Royale content. Chapter 20 is about to begin. Hop into PUBG Mobile Metro Royale and experience it for yourself. We wish you all successful evacuations and bountiful loot.
The PMSL Pass is active today to the 30th of June. There is a message pinned at the top of chat with the code and a link. Redeem the code with the provided link to earn 20 points in the new PMSL Pass event. Be that much closer to earning the Dark Arts Gentleman set and Dark Legend UMP 45. Welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring Season Day number 12. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Hot Jukes and Cameron Davis. That is game 1 done on Erangel, an exciting one without question. iNCO Gaming on their double points will take home a big victory, jumping up to 3rd place, knocking 3 teams down a peg. Now, Hot Jukes, the question comes, iNCO Gaming, do we start seeing some intentional targeting? I know that's not common in PUBG Mobile, but now's the time to make it a trend. iNCO Gaming has to get stopped before they get too carried away.
It better. I mean, that could be a huge advantage, right? Because of the fact that they're in Group A. And it could be the fact that all these teams just realized it too late, right? If iNCO Gaming and FURIA go crazy today, then on their mind, it should be like, yeah, let's just destroy everybody else on their day. So I was kind of shocked that we didn't see at least a little bit of that, right, in game number 1. But there's still 5 more matches left to go.
That's right. 5 more matches to go and a good opportunity for multiple teams to continue to do well. Cameron, Royals of War still in that conversation just a little bit as we head into game number 2, hoping they have a solid second game as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they managed their queue position relatively well. They didn't get as many eliminations as I thought, but I thought iNCO would get more eliminations too. So really just like trying to find those angles into the river itself, not as easy as I was probably expecting. But regardless, it was certainly a good start. They had a good initial macro approach, and they knew what they needed to do to get as many points as they could. So it's all about doing it again on Miramar.
All right, here we go. Miramar it is. Map number 2. A chance for iNCO Gaming to go back-to-back. Can they do it? We'll find out shortly. Hot Shoes, Cameron Davis, take it away.
Let's go. Match number 2. And let's see who's going to put up the most points here in this one. And my eyes are going to be towards Alpha7 as well, because Miramar seems to be a little bit of their kryptonite. And the only reason it is because they just constantly lose players on rotation. So I wonder if that's something they're going to tune up here, because at a certain point, if we could make excuses for them and say, hey, yeah, they're adjusting their strategies for the Esports World Cup, whatever, right? There's no reason why you're losing players early on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. At this point, you should have those strategies adjusted that you aren't losing those players early on, because that's going to happen at bigger events too. It's going to happen at Esports World Cup as well. And I think if more teams there spot out that any global team that's going to be there is that this vulnerable to it, they're going to take notes.
They're definitely going to take notes indeed. So I'm looking. FURIA was the team that was first out. They're going to be heading all the way to Puerto Parieso. They're going to have a nice little time down there. Let's see if the circle's going to go south once again. Are we going to get non-stop southern circles here? No! All right. Center's up.
Yeah.
Finally,
definitely.
a decent zone here in Miramar.
Yeah, a much different type of early game than the two that we had yesterday, which if you didn't watch, both games started off centered south of Los Leones, a lot of water in play, which I believe, if memory serves me correctly, got cleared up about halfway through. But regardless, just looking into this game now, an entirely different beast, but already NTG7 trying to deal damage to Deathwolves, which we hadn't talked about them so far yet today.
Right.
But another team that is really having that Cinderella run, a team that we want to see perform well. It's not their double points day, but they dropped from what was it, 3rd place yesterday, now currently in 6th.
Real quick, and just in one game, right? Just in one game. And it's what we expected. It's what we expected. I mean, that's the whole thing about when it comes to these double points.
Right.
It definitely kind of skews the overall leaderboards. And that's something that I want iNCO and FURIA to make sure that they're keeping in mind here, Cameron, because it's really easy to just think, oh, we're ahead, we're good. Yeah, but not for now. You know what I'm saying? So I think that they just got to just keep on being like, hey, even if we have a 60-point lead, it's not enough. We still need to keep putting up massive points.
What is this? LSLR and is this Titan dropping at Power Grid together? There's already White Elegy been knocked, and I think Koi could be in a position to run over and get the revive just looking at the distance on the minimap, but Redox is looking for Koi's rotation. Koi needs to get a knock here. Done. Great.
Wow,
Perfect job. This revive is possible. Just go and sprint to your teammate, even if it means that Titan can get a revive of their own. But no, they're going super aggressive, and Koi wants to take this fight.
Yes, he does. He does. And Koi with the non-scope mini, just making it happen. But at the same time, oof, his whole entire team is gone. So it's just going to be just Koi all by his lonesome.
Oh, no.
Just
wait a second.
Going to try to put some team. Oh, yeah.
And Hyper. What is this about the North American teams all collapsing on each other? And Hyper were not involved with this fight at all. But they pick up a couple of kills here and there, too.
NA on NA violence. That is what happens, you know, and you hate to see it here towards the end, especially since they're so low on the leaderboard altogether.
Is it because the only teams that NA squads feel that they can actually take on are other NA teams?
Oh, maybe it's an ego thing, right? Maybe best in NA is their goal at this point.
Come on. Like, at what point is that going to be enough? That's such a cop-out.
And I'll say this,
same time,
it hurts my soul. It hurts my soul, but what can you do?
Yeah, I mean, that does, at the same time, though, it does feel like a North American thing of, like, copping out. I'm not going to try. As long as I'm the best in the region, I'll be happy with that. And I'm not being specific to PUBG Mobile here. This is just, like, NA Esports in general.
You hate to see it. At a certain point, like, they need to get their heads together. I'll just say it like that, because it's so hard to see. If you look at these other regions like Brazil, there's a reason why Brazil's on top. These guys have very organized scrims against each other. They respect each other. They understand that, hey, if we play against each other, we're going to get better as a region as a whole, right? And at the end of the day, NA, we're barely getting that somewhat, right? And a big shout out to, the Titan series for starting to make that happen little by little. It's proven more difficult over time, though, because at the same time, if you're an NA player, you should want there be other dominant teams in your region, right? Because you can all grow together. You can get true practice, right? What kind of practice are you getting if there's only 3 good teams and you're destroying everybody in the lobby? That's not a realistic way to practice, right?
Yep. Yeah. And again, as a reminder to everyone, that is not something that is PUBG Mobile only, that sort of experience. But hey, we do have growth coming out from a number of these teams. Titan and Hyper both looking better and better as the weeks go on, as the days go by. And I mean, just looking at that recent interaction, it was those teams that came out on top. So, there's still hope ahead of us. Don't give up.
Don't give up. That is the right word right there, because anything can happen. And I like the fact that the double points day gives you an extra reason to not give up, right?
Right.
I mean, you could just definitely skyrocket up the leaderboards. But I mean, for majority of these teams, and I'm talking like squads, pretty much, again, rules of war. I'll even put Team Queso in there now. Like Team Queso on down, they really need to be having great games, every single one, for the rest of the tournament.
Liquid now rotating up. They're getting on top of this ridge, because this ridge just outside of Power Grid is the center of the zone. So it's a pretty useful high ground spot for teams to get information, to scout ahead of themselves and set up proper rotation lines going into the next phases. These aren't places, Circle 1 is not necessarily a time of the game that you try and hope that you get the shift. If you do, that's great, that's lucky. But at this point, it's just about trying to get as much information as possible. But a better way of doing it is to climb up high ground just like this. I wonder if Nunez is going to spot out the team on the opposite side of those rocks, just above Picado.
See what happens. We're looking at making. He's sending it little by little. Oh, the traction on the tires. Gonna have to back it up. Teasing it little by little here.
Can we get some sponsorship branding on tires like this?
We do.
This is actually insane.
Right, and he's there. All right, Nunez getting up top, and I'll tell you what, I think we're definitely noticing iNCO have a trend here, right? They're always looking for that high ground, and it seems to work out for them, especially in the bet dev. He's got that mini, man, that's the position you want to put him in, right?
Yeah, they struggled to try and gain a lot of power, a lot of priority coming in from the edge yesterday. So we'll see if they're able to actually try and do that much more successfully this time around without the value of getting lucky hard shifts like the previous game. But this starting position, not coming in from the edge, even though Nenebete is solo, is isolated in that position that we see just above Titan Gaming here, this is not a super vulnerable spot as long as Nunez, not Nenebete, as long as Nunez doesn't overextend, as long as Nunez plays for information more than damage, more than fighting, should be good to go for them. Yeah,
definitely. And they're going to be just right there holding that mountainside right there south of Picado. They're going to be hoping that zone goes to the south once again for them. And, we talked about that luck factor, and it is a thing in Battle Royales, right? And the thing is that if you do get that luck, you have to optimize it. And I understand why you said, hey, it would have been good to see iNCO be a little bit more active, right? And try to maximize that opportunity. And this is what I was talking about, though. At the same time, you don't want to take risks when you need to put points on the board, and that makes people question themselves. You try to avoid all those coin flip scenarios. Nunez does get that knock on the Titan Gaming, but yeah, the rest of the team, I don't think they're looking to push this at all.
Third PP peak does give Nunez the opportunity to just watch relative safety and then look for members running out in the open. Also continues to check behind for those members of Liquid, but the next shift does go towards the east. Liquid's already on the move. Nunez can stick around and just be a complete nuisance to Titan.
Very fortunate shift again for iNCO. Working out in their favor. Let's see if he's got this bounce. If the bank is open, it is not.
At one point, he's going to want to leave. He knows that it's Titan, and Titan is not on a double point day. So, also not even in a position on the leaderboard that is a big threat. Yeah, he got the knock, didn't he?
Oh, yeah, but now they can only know if they get a full flush.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Right. So not as
maybe if he did his homework, he should know.
Yeah, well, Yeah, also, but I mean, also there was the fighting earlier on that did include full eliminations.
That's true. That's true. So if he definitely has, he should have a clue because there is one,
Right.
player from Titan that got thirsted.
But even, regardless of knowing it was Titan or not, spending a lot of time up there, wants to group up with the rest of the team because all other teams are on the rotate, just like FURIA here, who had such a bad game the previous match, and this is their double point day. You don't want to give up too many opportunities like this. But I think running into Queso, they just don't want to take an early fight. They don't like the look of that rotate ahead of them, so instead they're going to pull up towards the north.
And this is where I think FURIA is going to struggle right now, is making those second decisions. And honestly, going out with 0 points in game number 1, it's only going to make that insecurity grow more, right? And that's the thing is, I hope FURIA will continue to just say, hey, all right, yeah, you know what? We made the decision. It just didn't work out. That doesn't mean that it'll never work out, right? Hey, we still got to take some risks here because even though we have 531 points, everybody else is going to have their double points day coming up around the corner.
Spec, Energy Galaxy, trying to have a good round here. They are trying to get onto the front, the top 8 of the scoreboard, of the leaderboard. That's the goal for them. Hopefully higher, but top 8 is step number 1. If they can sort of feed out that it's Liquid in front of them, or just the positioning of the team in front of them, but this is a hard compound to push where Liquid are playing from.
Yes, it is. And yeah, they're going to be holding it though for now. Oh, Energy 7 against Alpha7 there. Nice little shot there. Oh, and he gets the knock. Oh, that is how you do it. Franco, and what do we say? Right? Catching Alpha7 on rotation.
Right.
That is the way to take them down. And this is going to put them so far behind now of this next rotation. The next circle does pop on up. It's going to be a La Bendita zone.
Going to the south
and Rolls
again.
of War, dead center.
Yeah, looking good for their initial position. Okay, Francois taking a long time to get this and allowing the revive to come in, but now finally the shots are starting to land again, but I think the revive is being stuck here. And so Alpha7 might be able to recover, but look at teammates from E7 on multiple angles, and oh, it's looking tight!
Oh boy, and Mafioso ends up catching one of the players. So Alpha7 looking to save their teammates. They hit the deck real quick. And now it's going to be Mafioso versus Franco, just trying to put some shots on the way to buy some time for his squad.
Those vehicles are ruined. It's just this one hay bale that's blocking them from Franco. But oh, look at that. Carrillo gets the knock. That's huge.
Oh boy, yep, that is a huge knock indeed. And this is what they do best. I'm telling you, when the going gets tough, it's Alpha7 that really know how to maximize that opportunity. Mafioso getting knocked to the blue zone, though, is going to make things more difficult. They may have to make that sacrifice after all, yeah.
No. I mean, if they can pick up a couple of eliminations here, it's not the worst sacrifice. And some good shots onto Hate as Hate tries to drive by.
Oh,
good
they're
damage.
going for it. No, they're not. Oh, I thought they were going to actually go for it because this is stage 3.
Yeah.
But no, I think they just said, you know what? It's just not worth it. We're just going to play it as 3.
Yeah, it's not the worst decision. They're pretty close to the edge of the zone because it was a south shift. But if they can just set up shop here and lock E7 out, that's a pretty effective way of trying to get some revenge as you do go back towards the west, actually.
Oh,
As we have Titan up against Liquid. A good
Let's
little
go.
wipe of Team Liquid here. Is that Team Liquid totally wiped? It's a lot of damage onto them regardless.
well, that's one player down. They still have 3 remaining, but that's Mythic getting knocked by All Glory Gaming. So it looks like the rest of the team took off, but they're getting beat up in the process. So Team Liquid and Alpha7 both getting punished. And I do believe Team Liquid should be able to get one of the reses off. Maybe
Good
not.
play.
Chief, I think, is a little bit pushed away.
Koi here trying to pick up a couple of points. 2
Koi by himself
eliminations.
on Miramar.
Right, yeah, as a solo, 2 elimination points is not bad. It's just about where Franco is playing from. Question is, does Koi know in this 1v1 where the last player is 6 first aid kits, so it has some good meds to continue to try and survive for a fair bit in the blue zone. You don't want to stay out there for too long, but you have some options. You don't have to try and rush inside immediately.
Gosh. This is terrible for these teams at the top. FURIA is down to 1 player. That's a huge loss. Once again, back-to-back bad games for them. Team Liquid's down to a single. Alpha7 did lose 1 player. But iNCO Gaming are still up and running here. Oh, inactive. Ooh, barely making it away in time.
Goran, grenade ready. Should be nailing Nunez, but Nunez has another frag prepping on their own end.
Carrillo got his revenge on Entity 7 there. They get eliminated.
Wait, now 9Z is coming into the mix. This was the initial position that iNCO was playing from. A good spray down at range. Granted, it's a blue zone that knocks Aleem, but Nunez's spraying helped for sure.
Definitely. Just putting that pressure. And now let's see if iNCO can clean up this this big opportunity here to put some points on the board. Remember, this is their double points day, so they need to soak up as many as they can. They got very lucky in match number 1, and were able to get the chicken dinner with a good chunk of elimination. So they're going to have to optimize this opportunity here. And the zone did go in their direction, so they didn't have a very tough rotation. Oh, Melgar's down to half an HP, and he goes down. That's 2 squads, though. Yeah, that's Be Bold and Influence Rage here.
Everyone's fighting over this one position on the edge. They don't want to go towards the center because it's essentially an open field that the compound is already taken by Royals of War. So it's about fighting for an edge position to then sweep alongside through. Influence Rage, though, they're backing away from Be Bold. They realize that it's not a weakened team. It's a full 4 versus 4. You don't want to take that fight, but they could be rotating into iNCO Gaming on the opposite side.
Let's see what happens here. Minute on the clock, 2 minutes on the clock, actually, before we get to stage 5. So, yeah, all these teams on this side are going to have to battle their way on in. NRG in a good position. They're going to be holding that La Bendita edge. But like you mentioned, Rolls of War going to be holding the main compound down in the center here. Now let's see what iNCO can do. Can iNCO use that confidence? You know, can they use the Gary buff, Cameron? The Gary buff.
I mean, it's working out pretty well for them so far. They still have 4 up, only 2 eliminations, but they've been surviving and managing well. And it's been pretty... I mean, most of the fighting has happened on the north, but it hasn't been just the easiest, most straightforward rotation to the zone here on the west. But they do need to start really getting involved in fights, really start getting those kills, and not just try and take the easy ones, because that's how you end up with the 4 elimination victory on Sanhok that we saw.
7 with a good nade. It looks like, it's a little bit too far, actually. He almost got naded in the return there. You're going to see some smokes come out. I would have liked to see all those smokes actually be a little bit deeper. But now that nade gets one. Got Diego. And now here comes the rest of the... Oh, Nunez go for the run over. Gets him. iNCO Gaming not letting out the gas, but they have just one player they have to watch out for, and that's that sight line right there. That's Milovan. So that's going to force... Oh, and he gets a knock on a 7. Nunez going to go up in the open. Very dangerous. Got to hit this shot, and he does it! Influence Rage! Bouncing back slowly. It's all up to Gary. The man, the myth, the legend.
Gonna see the revive here. All out of Milo for Influence Rage. You saw just how much damage he's able to do from that extended angle. It hasn't been enough to keep the teammates alive, but these grenades, it's such an easy pocket to land it in, but the revive came through, and now Gary's rushing forward.
Gary, gotta win the 1v1. Gotta do it for your team. He gets the headshot. Milo with the shimmies. Big hurt. And he gets taken out. It's all Gary, baby.
Oh, that was so close. And now look, another team has joined the fight. Is that Alpha7 getting into the mix? I don't know if iNCO has time to fully reset. They have 6 eliminations. That's 12 points so far. And if they get the reset and take this fight against Alpha7, this would be another fantastic round.
Man, it already is. 6 eliminations is what you're looking to do, at least at a minimum, right? Regardless of the situation. So they've hit the minimum amount of their quota, but they still got a lot more work to do.
Minimum. The minimum is the most that you're going to get in the round. Just keep going, keep sending it.
True.
Get as many,
I will
as much
say
as
this,
possible.
though, right? It's better than 0. It's better than 0. And unfortunately, FURIA only had 2 this game. So they are putting in some work. Let's see how much more they're going to do, though. Oh, because now here comes a barrage from Alpha7.
Wait a second. They're getting closer and closer each time, each bounce. But no, the revive is not getting canceled. The revive is not getting punished. That was... Oh! You know, if that grenade...
in the buggy.
If that grenade landed a half a second later than it did, it would have gotten a re-knock.
It sure would have. And now iNCO getting shot at. And like you said, this is all open range for the most part. Couple little hills and rocks. And 7 getting caught out. Alpha7 hunted him down. Guess who it's up to? It's up to Gary. Oh, Alpha7 got eliminated.
What?
What happened?
Gary did it.
Gary, did he blow up the vehicle?
Must have. It was a 3-member spray down with that UMP, at least according to the elimination feed. So listen, the Gary sub is working out. That's 9 eliminations for them.
He's unstoppable. He's unstoppable. That was a huge game right there from iNCO to be able to hold on and look to secure that last spot. Oh, Chief running wide on the open.
No.
Oh, the shimmies. Lorenzin, when in doubt, let Rata Boy get the elimination because he was able to do it from the side. So, Rules of War still in the mix. Team Liquid are now eliminated. And you can see now it's just all those teams, 6th through 9th, desperately need these points here.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Rose of War, Queso, Deathwolves, teams that need to have really good rounds. This is the time to do it. And Deathwolves, they lost that player super early. I think they might have been the first death of this entire round because we saw that interaction earlier on against, I believe it was 9Z. Don't quote me on that one. But still, they've remained all 3 remaining players from that initial interaction staying alive, 2 eliminations. They've avoided a lot of the fighting early because of being down a man, but from their spot, I'm looking for a good fight for them to take. And according to the minimap, it's going to be against Be Bold.
Looking at who's still in this game, Deathwolves need to have a good one. And I'll say this just one time in the ultimate hypothetical, right? If we wanted an NA team to try and do some miracle run to at least the survival stage prior to this game, and Hyper was 175 points back. So that is like an 150 point day today at a minimum.
Right.
And then they need to be winning every single game for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah.
But, honestly, if they don't win this game here with a crazy amount of points, it could be nail in the coffin for them.
Could be. They have all 4 up. They already have 3 eliminations. And look at the spread that they have on the southeast side. Baton's dead center. This sort of central shift from the zone with that south ridge of La Bendita, sort of the high point of the map, it's good for NRG, but we'll see what NHyper can do with Baton's central position as well.
But what do you think about that split, though?
That one, they need to close it up pretty fast. They need to close it up pretty fast. It was looking good at the end of the previous zone, but their interaction now in Stage 5 with the shift in the center as it was, I want to see them close it up. Baton's actually going to be falling back. Doesn't like that middle low ground position.
Yeah, he's going to try to go for that high ground there. He's got to watch out, though, because Team Castle, he's going to go ahead and say, okay, guys, I'm showing you the way. Get over here quickly.
Wait, but Queso. Now they're coming in. A little bit of a distraction. They want to take this fight. But Deathwolf's also getting pushed by Be Bold as Rada Boy gets the spray down there.
This is the big storyline right here because Deathwolves are definitely in the mix for sure. Obscure, throwing the nade down south, not able to get it downstairs. Meanwhile, going to go out and try to get it done with that UMP, and he's going to win that fight. Beautiful 1v1. Secures it with a mini too. A little bit of a backhand slap right there. And Deathwolves, 4 eliminations so far. Doing a great job of holding this position, but they got to get this done quickly because they only have 2 minutes on the clock. And
they have a teammate knocked, and Energia now coming in. Fate, Melez, Spec, J7, they're all surrounding this fight. Fran, last one up for Be Bold, just holding on into a compound. I don't think their teammates, I don't think Gizao's going to get revived for Deathwolves.
Let's see what happens here as Fran is going to just try and make something happen all by himself. But we did see Team Castle get eliminated, and that's, and Hyper with 7 eliminations, right? I mean, they're doing the most.
Is it happening?
In their double points day. Is it happening? I hope so.
But Fran now.
Oh, with the angles by himself. He got one.
Dropping down to a 1v1 now. A push up the stairs.
Angle.
What are you doing? Why are you just pushing up the stairs like that? That's a free elimination for Fran.
Oh, boy. Fran clutching up the 1v2 for his squad. Be Bold trying to hang on, and they're in 9th place. They have a big differential to pass up. Prior to this game, Be Bold were 126 points back. But it's games like that on your non-double points day that'll definitely make something happen for you.
Already 8 eliminations. About to hit top 4, about to hit podium. It's been a good round for them so far. How much more can they get as NRG is still looking in that position, looking to clean up these last few stragglers. But I will say, NRG, they didn't overcommit into that fight, which I think might have been a bit of a mistake because they're still putting a lot of attention this direction, and that's giving room for NHyper to get a much better position in the center of the zone. Now that Queso has been cleared out, there's not as much threats from so many different angles for NHyper.
Fran gonna go out the Blaze zone here, most likely, looking to deny the point. Let's see if Fate is able to pick it up. Does he spot him? The door is busted, but I think he's hiding behind that crate. At a certain point, NRG got to commit to something. I mean, if they're trying to make that promise and go to that first page, you're going to need a lot more points because they don't have any elimination. Oh, wow. What a shot from Fran. That's it, though. Plays, I'm going to get him.
Yeah, there's a little bit of damage. Those grenades that came in brought the health bar too low to even try and attempt to go for a first aid kit. So now NRG, with their space clear on the west, they still didn't even get an elimination from that, though. 0 points for them so far outside of placements.
Yeah, the good position, but not getting any eliminations is going to be tough. And that's the hard part, too, about this, is like if anybody team wanted to have a miracle run, you're going to have to do it just with pure gun skill. You need to get some crazy eliminations. But this is the moment we've been waiting for. It's almost all NA alive here. We got SLR and Hyper and NRG. But hey, keep your eyes on the Worlds of War. They're outside of this circle. They're starting to push.
Yeah, they have all 4 up, but of course, so do so many other teams here. But listen, Koi, survivor of the that early fight at Power Grid, last one up, still alive, hasn't gotten any more eliminations from that earlier fight we saw with the stragglers of E7, but is in placements and can probably pick up and play spoiler from the position here.
Worlds of War have good sight lines. They don't have the zone, but Hyper is 2 split. They are focusing on so much that they are not clearing out their backs. They need to make sure that back is clear. Here come the smokes. Let's see if Hyper are going to start focusing all their energy here. And honestly, if that fight happens, NRG needs to push and catch a third party. Let's see.
Popping into a vehicle. He's readying the sand Royals of War. Yeah, and they're going to drop immediately down. A lot of members of Hyper already playing in the valley between the compound and this position. A lot of smokes already in play. And is that an Hyper player going for an extended flank? Could just be cheesing out. Baton driving around, waiting to see if anyone shoots, baiting out some shots. Royals of War aren't taking the bait just yet, but sending another pass, still nothing.
Yeah, just trying to get some sight lines figured out. Here they go. And now here comes the push. They're wide out in the open, but Stars gets knocked. FS needs to try and get the second knock. But the beautiful play from Erangel. We're seeing Royals of War tick down and Hyper bit by bit. And is now NRG going to be coming? Yep, they are going to hear this fight. And look to third party this. Erangel from the back, down to 1 HP.
Oh! Out the open.
And he got caught by Baton! So Hyper eliminate Royals of War. It's an NA party here. Baton. Only NA players alive.
Baton was doing so much damage with that FAMAS, keeping Hyper alive. So much pressure, but look at NRG. But again, the NRG are being a little slow. They should have seen the knocks, should have noticed it. Koi! Oh, no. Koi.
Oh, J7 has no clue.
No clue at all.
Sneaky. Oh, he's keeping a close eye, not moving a muscle. The false confidence he's giving NRG right now.
Okay.
Koi, if he times this perfectly, can steal this whole thing.
Yeah, but NRG are not pushing at all. Even with that confidence that he's giving NRG don't seem to be confident. They're allowing Hyper to get the revives. I don't know why they're letting Hyper get away with any of this. They need to get those eliminations.
J7, a little paranoid, start throwing something right behind him.
Well, yeah, he sees the numbers. He sees that there's still 9 remaining. Suddenly, wait a second, there has to be 1 left. The math is not mathing for
somewhere. Yeah, where is he? Little does he know, right behind him. If Koi was a snake, he would have bit the heck out of J7 already. But let's see. But yeah, this is the problem with NRG. Is NRG, they can get it done, but they refuse to pull that trigger when they need to. The hesitancy is costing them a lot. But they're in a fair 4v4 here. But they got to watch out for Koi on the back end. Who's going to win this? And Hyper crushing this so far. 11 eliminations. This is the game that they've been needing.
Grenades out. This one could be good. On to FS. Cooked well. Deals some damage. Doesn't get the knock. Still a couple of grenades left for J7 to use. Unsure about what it's looking like for the rest of NRG. One thing that you have to give as an advantage to NRG is that their backpacks should be a lot more full than Hyper, who have been through multiple fights at this point. We'll see if that can't give them the advantage to take this whole chicken dinner home.
Well, let's see what happens. I think Fate's going to be going through the back now just to try and clear out something. Never mind. The paranoia is at an all-time high. But this is the final zone, folks. The zone is now closing into nothing. Let's see what happens. As we're starting to see some nades ring out. Koi starting to shimmy here. Those toes are poking out the back. When is Koi going to strike?
Did Stars actually just take the vehicle up the ramp of that cliff and do some drive-by shots? Oh! The grenade from FS! That's the knock!
That's big. That's big. Koi now going to throw some nades out himself. He's going to get the confirmation. And they're going to have no clue. Oh, and there's so much trouble. And that's a double. Here he goes with the third one. able to get the knock. Is he going to be able to get the confirmations? He has a pistol.
Clean the elims.
He gets
Clean them
one.
up. That's 4 for the squad. Is this going to make it 5?
He gets 2 and gets taken out, but it's going to be an Hyper win. And that is the game that we have been waiting for. They did it with a ton of eliminations. Could this be it? I don't even want to say it. I don't even want to say it. Come on, Hyper. Just continue to put in some work.
They're doing work, and they're doing it when it matters the most on their double points day. 13 eliminations with the win. That is a, 52-point round for them? That's huge.
Massive. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better game than that, but I'll be honest, they need every single one after this to be just like this one. Taylor, what do you think about that one, baby? USA!
NA, baby!
USA! Let's go!
No, we're on 8. At least for day number 12, map number 2, we're on top. We're on top, baby.
Let's go!
Hey, honestly, I'm thrilled, all right? In Hyper, come on. We're talking about a winner chicken dinner, 13 eliminations, and to make matters even better, right? Game number 1 was also great from them, coming off of 5th place, 7 eliminations. They already became the best NA team. NRG said, we're promising you we're going to be on front page by the end of the week. And Hyper says, we're going to do you even better. We're looking to do it today. Cameron, they keep this energy up. They might do it.
It's looking great, and their fights are looking clean. They're getting into the mix. They're not easy, straightforward fights. They're not just like rushing down on teams that are already fighting each other and cleaning up some simple, straightforward eliminations. Like that fight against, who was it, Royals of War towards the end? Was looking pretty close, but Baton hanging on with that from us, which is a very powerful weapon, but you have to know how to use it properly, dealing the damage at that angle, getting the full resets. Now, granted, got to throw some shade at NRG. NRG, let them get those resets, but in Hyper, I mean, come on, if you're going to be given that much slack, how are you not going to take it?
Right. Dude, they're going to take it to the bank, baby. Capri, that's that guy. You know, he's not everything to the success of Hyper, but I'm telling you, again, I keep singing his praises. Capri enters into the roster, and Hyper starts to look even better. And I know Star. I wish we had an in-game perspective, right? Hot Chooks of Stars, man, because he was popping off in the gums, man, probably going off.
Absolutely. I mean, this is their double points day. They can't even afford to get second place in that match. They needed the chicken dinner, and they got it. Hey, big ups to Koi, too, right?
Yeah,
Starting off with a nice little shot there and surviving all the way out to the end.
Yeah, Koi's incredible. 5 eliminations for SLR, 5 eliminations for Koi, right? And Koi, that 2-piece at the end was like, oh, chef's kiss plus getting the finishes. You could tell how desperate he was too, Cameron, to get those finishes. He was like, I'm going in. I'm not letting this go to waste. And it absolutely did not. So Koi, 5 eliminations, SLR, NRG in second, and Hyper in first. Like, man, I'm so proud of my NA boys. But let's talk about NRG and their shortcomings, right? 0 eliminations, second place. Great placing, but why didn't they get any eliminations? Where was their weak points?
I mean, their weak point was the inability to pull the trigger, as Juke said, on any of the pushes that they had the opportunity on. There was the fight that, I'm sure we'll see it in the replay in a moment, the fight. Yeah, this fight exactly. Be Bold, crashing in onto Death Wolves, knocks across the board, eliminations across the board. Should be prime opportunity for NRG to push in and clean it up, but they just let every single elimination just be shared. And even this last one, this one's a bit more unlucky that the Blue Zone took it, but it's still like, they're not even giving themselves the most opportunities. And then here, after that fight cleans up, they just allow the revives to come through. They don't push. Look at Hyper's position on the low ground. It is not strong at all.
You got to capitalize off of that, and I think some teams just get a little bit shell-shocked. It's like, do I really want to give up my positioning? Am I good enough to finish off a fight? Well, yeah, you are. Make that push and be confident in doing so. Hotchukes, in this moment, obviously Koi is popping off, right? But NRG, just a little bit before this, I know you made a comment about get aggressive push in Hyper, or at least make something happen. But question for you, how do they push in Hyper? Who's got that building locked down?
I mean, they could have, at a certain point, if you notice teams like Alpha7 and Team Liquid, they don't necessarily need the best position, right? You just do it with your weapons. You pre-fire angles and you just make something happen. And it's a lot easier to do when they have 2 players down. But if you take your time or you even hesitate, that opportunity's gone. And yeah, so NRG are just kind of just let the game play them rather than them playing the game.
Fair enough. Well, iNCO's playing the game properly. 46 points.
Let's go.
That is huge. Literally, I mean, making everybody look like a little kid on the scoreboard at this point, Cameron. I mean, we're talking the highest is Be Bold at 11. And shout out to Be Bold for capitalizing on Deathwolf's aggressive push that just simply didn't work out. You had that final player up the stairs, but Cameron, come on, iNCO, 46 points. And let's go to the second page and also talk about another team that performed incredibly well, right? We're talking about iNCO Gaming. 9th place, but still 18 points with 9 eliminations.
Yeah, Gary popped off. Shut up, Jukes. Gary absolutely popped off. We had a lot of questions of Gary coming into this day, subbing in immediately, but absolutely carried his weight. We didn't even see that spray down onto Alpha7. Alpha7, by the way, of all teams to get a 1vx victory on is huge.
It is absolutely massive. Well, we look at the front page and, well, no changes, okay? But I will say for iNCO Gaming, though, they do gain some more points over 4th place, which is FURIA. And a lot of that is owed to FURIA having a pretty poor second game. And same thing, right, with their first game. FURIA just not finding a lot of success. They finish off Erangel, 9th place, 0 points, or 0 eliminations, I should say, game number 2. 15th place, second to last, with 2 eliminations, so they will get 4 points. But iNCO's happy with that because they finish off, obviously, in 9th place, but with their eliminations, they get even closer to, well, not necessarily closer to catching A7, but at least distancing themselves. We talk about 3rd place is so important to be at. Let's go to the second page and take a look at 9 through 16, because I want to see where iNCO starts to go. So they don't move up. Be Bold will actually move up over AGG. But now, though, that 50-point difference, right, Hot Jukes, is no longer there. It's now just 6 points to AGG, and then 14 to Be Bold, and then from to go to 8th place, a little bit further away, but my goodness, it's possible.
Let's be real, right? iNCO haven't opened the door to 3rd place yet, okay? They haven't even put their hand on the doorknob. But now the door exists.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, the door, we actually have a door now when we did it before. So the job still needs to get done. There's plenty of matches here left to go. Imagine if they're able to replicate this for the rest of the day. Anything's possible.
Well, dude, so they do that. They jump up to potentially 6th place. I mean, which is, because right now it's about 60 points, right, to get up to 8th place, to get on that front page. And by the way, iNCO was the NA team who was on the front page for the longest time, and then they finally fell off, and they haven't seen the front page in days at this point, multiple days. So for them to, you know, if they could replicate what they just did in Game 2, I mean, anything is possible. Is the narrative there for them to get top 4? Still far away, but I mean, double points day, they're making the most of it, and that's all you can ask for, Cameron.
Yeah, and one thing that we have to remember, as much as it's fun to get swept away in the hype that we're seeing of iNCO getting a massive amount of points, it is their double points day. Every other team are going to have their own double points day in the future. So
that's right.
Got to keep that in mind. That's why we want to see not just the gap close today, we want to see them even get a little bit of a lead, because, you know, there's a high possibility that it gets answered back quite a bit. But if they keep getting huge points here and then continue these performance in rounds even on the days that they don't get the double points, it is certainly possible.
Well, what I can say is anything is possible, and iNCO filling themselves, that makes them very scary, because when they're filling themselves and they've got that energy flowing, you go back to day 2, right, where they were talking trash to E7 after wiping them out of ruins. Hey, iNCO was looking unstoppable. 2 games done, and what a 2 games we had. NA's performing well today, but also giving credit to iNCO Gaming, who is just stellar at this point, getting a big lead over FURIA, staying in 3rd place. We'll see how far they continue to go. 4 more games to go, but as we do head into break, we got Sarpatch on the scene talking to iNCO Gaming's Nunez after their big win, or excuse me, after their 2 big games. Let's hear what Nunez had to say.
Guys, match 1 is done. We're here with Nunez from iNCO Gaming. Nunez, congratulations on a great match. Best way to start a double point day, so congratulations. How are you guys feeling? Parabéns. Melhor jeito de startar dia de double pontos. Como você está se sentindo?
Cara, tô me sentindo bem. É muito importante pra gente começar bem o dia hoje. É um dia importante. A gente tá focado. Faltam 5 quedas ainda. E vamos manter o pique.
He's feeling great. It's a great way to start. They are very focused, and they're going to try to maintain this focus because the day's just starting. Nunes, you got double points, and the scoreboard is very, very tight. Are you worried that other teams might go looking after you because you have them double points? Vocês agora está com double ponto. Você acha que outros times poderiam procurar vocês, pensando também no negócio da tabela?
Sim, a gente sabe que isso pode acontecer. Todo mundo está se prevendo, já preveu isso, então a gente está bem alerta quanto a isso. Então acredito que qualquer adversidade que houver nas partidas a gente vai dar conta.
Yes, they are very aware of that is a possibility, and they are keeping an eye out for if something like that happens. But they're concentrated, and they're trying to keep going good today and get up in the table. Nunes, thank you very much, sir. All right, let's go back.
Let's get it going here. Match number 3 of Group A's double points day. And this is where it all comes down to here. We saw Ed Hyper pull off a crazy game. And they need a whole lot more of that, right? If we want to even see them have a shot at top 4 here. But hey, it's a start.
It is, absolutely. And this could be another crazy game because we have a insane plane path. So far south, absolutely terrible, completely garbage, and something, this is just intuition. I'm afraid this is going to be a military base game.
Uh-oh.
We've been north already.
We have been.
Oh, but look at this, Hot Drop Influence Rage versus, what is this, NRG and the Tommy gun.
The pistol! Oh my gosh, he might still get stabbed though. Fate needs to run.
No!
He gets stabbed once, and he gets taken down. Where is the rest of the team? Milas now coming. You better watch out though, because Federal is going to be able to get some knocks. Oh, never mind.
Wow.
Influence Rage out of there. USA, what is going on?
I mean, you know what's silly? This
What?
is more eliminations they got than their second place finish the previous
Oh my
game.
gosh. Oh,
So that's how we
boy.
get energy to fight. You just hot drop them.
Hey, better late than never, baby. Let's
Right.
go. NRG barely making it out right there.
Oh,
Fate
no.
getting 3 of those. Yeah, off the rip. What
So
happened? What'd you see?
what's bad though is this circle is
Oh, that's
a
right.
Gatka centered circle. This is actually bad for NRG because they need to find places to get loot. And because they got distracted, for good reason, they were hot dropped by Influence Rage. I mean, they were both part of that fire. I'm not blaming Influence Rage for it. It's not like energy or innocent civilians here in that interaction. But still, the point is now they got distracted by all of that. They got to find loot, and they're going to be collapsed upon in a couple of minutes by teams rotating in. So I'm really worried that they're going to be able to find opportunities to really get their game rolling. But FURIA also trying to chase down a potential opportunity onto Be Bold. They weren't as successful here into this one. Be Bold able to rotate away and get over towards Yasnaya. But again, that South Plane path making this rotate to Yasnaya very, very long.
Oh, yes, it is. And yeah, Be Bold on the move. They're a team that needs to have a crazy day as well. I mean, so many teams do. So many teams that just like have everything on the line here. And it's just crazy to watch. Matter of fact, shout out to Shifan doing the watch party right now. I know he's having to do some push-ups after that last N Hyper game.
Nice.
So that's good to see.
Get
Putting
buff.
in that work. That's right. That's right. All calculated.
Dude,
Oh
push-up.
boy, man. What a crazy way to start the day. I love this. I love these double points day because it makes things just that much more interesting here.
Yeah, FURIA so far aren't loving it. I think because
That's
of the
true.
struggles, the first 2 maps might have incentivized them to go on that push that we just saw to try and take out a rotating Be Bold. Because they've only got 4 points today, and that's with double points. So, two eliminations, 0 placements within 2 rounds is not a great start.
Not a great
fact,
start indeed.
Some would say
That's just a terrible
a terrible start.
start.
Yeah,
Yeah.
actually.
Yeah, yeah,
Like,
it
why
really
be
is.
polite about it?
Yep. I mean, we have to be real at this point because remember, everybody else is going to have their double points day. So FURIA in 4th place, they're actually severely behind to everybody else.
Yeah.
Because, one game from Death Wolves on their double points day is going to pass them up like crazy. So let's see. Let's see what happens. FURIA, I mean, there's still plenty of time here. I mean, we saw how many points N Hyper got in the last match. They still have a big opportunity, but the door for them is definitely closing. And again, N Hyper, they haven't opened that door just yet, but there's a door.
Yes.
There is a door.
And with the circle favor, it doesn't favor them in the sense that they're dead center, but and Hyper looting up this west coast of Erangel, they actually have pretty straightforward access into the center of the zone. And because they're on the coast, they're not worried about anyone rotating behind them. And so hopefully they can get good loot around here. They dropped out of the plane path early as well, so the timing on them should be quite favorable. I want to see how they can manage this. The one thing though is that in this circle on Erangel, Gatka fields are a big factor. Quarry could be a factor. There are some very unique points of interest that could make this game go quite strange, or at least quite unique, depending on where it continues to favor up on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're going to see where the zones goes. And I'll tell you what, I mean, lately we've been seeing these zones bounce all over the place. That's for sure. So, anytime you're at a LAN, just expect the circles to go crazy because it just seems to be a trend here at this point. I wonder if we're going to get another chopsticks finish, though. We've seen that circle quite a bit here.
Right.
I think that's why we're seeing Rolls of War take this position just a little bit early on. And I'll tell you what, anytime we have a chopstick zone, we usually see a great game from this team. I mean, we've seen Erangel put in some work all by his lonesome. Death Wolves as well. Death Wolves we've seen do some 1v2s, 1v3s. I think one time even against Team Liquid early on. So
Yeah,
that's who I got my eyes on.
We just saw Royals of War in their position. They love finding those central spots. The Death Wolves, similar thing for as well. I think both those teams are, while I wouldn't put them at the level of Alpha7 and Liquid in terms of firepower and being able to take those fights, I think they actually play the game very smart, considering that. They know that they can't just take wild fights and sweep along the edge and take out 4 or 5 squads in a manner of minutes. And so instead they play very intelligently, put themselves in nice, strong positions to be able to get the points in, like, with their brain, not necessarily their thumbs and fingers.
Okay. Yeah, let's see. Let's see if that's going to end up happening, because, man, there's so many different factors that are happening now. And do you think that we're starting to see teams like realize the impact of these double points? Because so far we haven't seen, at least in my opinion, any teams go out of their way to try to, hot drop teams or, camp rotations. Nothing like that.
Well, I mean, interestingly enough, with the interview that we had with iNCO just now on the break, he was asked that question himself, and they said that they were aware of it, that they know that there is the potential for them to be sort of focused on and bullied because they're on the double points today. But yeah, it hasn't happened yet. So honestly, as much as I would love to see it, I kind of just gotta wait to see it before I can really make a proper read on it.
Yeah, I agree, because we've been waiting to see that just big obvious moment. Obviously that. Oh wait, hold on. Yeah, Roth the boy getting knocked. That hurts.
That's real bad. This was an interesting rotation, but aggressive move right now. But Higorst pushing up into the attic, has the 1 versus 1. Here's the footsteps below. Has to go aggressive and win this fight. Is able to do so.
Got it. Rest of his team's here as well, so that was a big 1v1 moment right there. Let's see how the rest of Death Wolves handle this. Rata Boy still over there on the beach, just having to watch his team make something happen. But if they're gonna want to save him, they need to full send this quickly. It's gonna be hard. They don't have a lot of intel.
Yeah. At least no one's rushing down from AGG to get that flush. That's the big thing. But bunch of grenades still being traded back and forth.
Terrible play, and now it's just Guizao all by himself. Gets the knock, though. Gonna have to do it again. Gets a nice little flush as well. But still, this is just not the game that Deathwolf was hoping for. Down to 1 player, it's already a loss.
Now Molly on the steps, that's gonna allow for the revive. Really smart play, because I can still drop out of the window. And with one of the window panes broken, it would be less noisy than it would be otherwise. But yeah, instead, I think it's just gonna be slow play right now. Here's the approach of Titan, perhaps, which could cause a lot of confusion in why this fight is happening in Milta.
Oh, they're coming. Yeah, it's Titan Gaming's here. Most likely going to try and third-party this. And that does allow Guizao to... Maybe Guizao threw that nade out just to be like, hey, you know what? Make something happen.
Cardi?
Oh, what happened? Oh, Cardi. Yeah, Cardi. Getting a nice knock. Guizao is happy to just watch this happen, but he's got to be careful because nades can definitely ring up top.
And Inactive's gone down
Cardi?
2. It's all
No
falling apart
way.
for Titan. I was about to say this is such a good push for them. I love them taking the opportunity now that they saw in the elimination feed right in front of them at Shark Fin, just really taking this fight, but it's all falling apart. Redox is the last one up now.
3v1 just like that. And now Guizao catches Melgar, so he's in a 1v1 situation against Cardi. But Cardi has got to be feeling that confidence after taking Titan Gaming pretty much all by himself.
A couple of grenades, Molly's thrown
Making sure
out.
no one's behind there. Yeah.
Cardi's in the blue. I mean, Gizao doesn't really have a lot of information on where those players are playing. He's just hiding in the attic the entire time, so it makes sense wanting to play a little safe, but the pre-fire from Cardi.
Now he knows. Gotta watch out for that nade right there. It gets a lucky bounce. Could be hurtful. Goes deep. Not able to hit the mark. So it's just a battle for this elimination at this point because they know that they're going to go out after this. So let's see if Cardi's going to actually press the stairs. Oh, he's got that nade. He's waiting. Oh, you heard that click? Fakes the click and catches him. Cardi is on a roll here. 4 eliminations all by himself. That's how you make a name for yourself right there.
Yeah, but Doran got revived by Redox rather, and that grenade almost caught Cardi out.
Oh my gosh.
And look at this setup.
They're playing angles against 1 player.
Yep. I mean, you have to against Cardi. You absolutely have to, but Cardi's going to back away, going to try and retreat. Just drive away, try and find a small little sliver of blind spot, but out in the open now.
gosh.
The vehicle goes flying.
No way.
No.
Wow. Honestly impressive. I mean, round of applause there for Cardi, because if you're going to go out, that's how you do it.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think probably got caught, became a bit of a victim of the moment there after getting the knock, because I think that there was time to go for the first aid kit. even with the blue in phase 2 as it was. But still, I mean, it was such a good effort up until that point. I don't want to blame them. The pulse, the heartbeat going all over the place.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, man. The adrenaline's got to be pumping.
There it is.
For
That's
sure.
the word, adrenaline.
Yeah, the adrenaline's got to be pumping for sure for so many of these teams. There goes Red Ox out to the play zone. Next zone does pop on over, and oh boy, it looks like we're going to have a party right here just south of Chopsticks. And it's going to be an interesting circle here. There's a lot of ridge lines, a couple compounds still available. Team Queso is going to be taking on that big one right there on the open side of the field. But we may see a lot of hay bale play here in the next few minutes.
I like SLR's position if they want to stay on Pachinki Hill. It's on the edge, but it gives options for playability, but they're going to be leaving that spot. As FURIA, they continue to find opportunities to fight Be Bold. They tried to start the fight earlier on. Now they have a second chance at it. Still are looking for those points and eliminations on their 2x point day.
That's a good shot there. Is he going to be able to get it? No, he doesn't. Somehow he didn't spot Lordson on the move. So FURIA, but they need to make decisions. You can see them just trying to decide what to do. They're erring on the side of survival here. But you got to take some risks. And that's the hard part when you desperately need those points. Sometimes you don't want to take those risks. And it could cost you.
Yeah.
David on the rotation. Again, yeah, just SL. You can see just a lot of indecision right now from FURIA.
Oh, the grenade from Queso onto SLR.
Oh, goodbye.
And that's it.
Queso.
Oh, Queso with, what is that, 4 eliminations there. Haven't lost a single player if they get the revives. SLR, they had an opportunity to take Pachinki Hill. They try and go for a compound on the opposite side of the field, which is a strong compound in its own right, absolutely. But lost the fight over it. Now we head back over to Be Bold. Still all 3 up. They've lost Doran in the meantime. I have to assume that was to... No, that wasn't even to FURIA. Who was that to? iNCO. It was to iNCO, because we saw them kind of circling around, and they're still in the fight here.
Yeah, iNCO looking for position over everything, and Fran gets ran over by 7. Quick little pop out, gets that confirmation. Soaking up some more points. Be Bold in the mix. Gary on the move. Let's see what they decide to take here, as they're going to be going through this Pachinki field, rotating at the last second.
Dude, iNCO feel unstoppable, which is great to see. They're just taking these fights, and with the field finish, it's a field mid game already. With the field finish, I mean, you can't guarantee that you're going to get some clean fights. So if they just play hyper active, be super proactive with their game and pick up the points here. I mean, NRG seem to be doing similarly. They already have up to, what, 7 eliminations now at a 9Z?
Go.
Man, maybe they heard our comms calling them out in the previous games because they're going so much more aggressive now.
This is what we've been waiting to see. Fate just pushing up by himself, just saying, hey, you know what? Leave my buddy alone. Does pop out the vehicle, actually. Quick little smoke on a J7. Nice play. And that's going to help the teammates out. Now we're starting to see NRG finally work together here. This is what I want to see, rather than just single style play. Next zone does pop on up, and Hyper going to be dead center in this one once again.
Medium shift northeast. And yeah, they're center. They have a little bit of a compound, but it doesn't give them great control. I'm actually looking at Alpha7 and iNCO, who are the 2 teams that are currently fighting over that Pachinki Hill, to be the potential dominant forces. We'll see how NRG respond from this position. They could even try and force this fight against Royals of War. They have a couple of minutes before the blue would overtake them. So if they can get an early knock and finish and kind of like take this fight cleanly, it'll be a good one to push.
Let's see what NRG is going to opt to do. They do end up getting that res. 7 eliminations, full squad up. How are they going to push together? You got Spec way out in the open here. And this is a bold fight. Nice knock on the Victex, though. That does open up the opportunity for a big push. Here they go.
It's great. Fate's getting grenaded. Has a first aid kit off just in time.
Oh. So close. Fate throwing a quick smoke out here.
And now Melaz driving around in circles again, just getting the information, keeping Royals of War cornered in. And now finding an angle on the below ground, should be able to go aggressive again, but Royals of War are already backing on for this compound because the blue is pushing in.
Yeah, they just wanted to leave at this point. Yeah, say, hey, we can't afford this fight. Let's just get into zone. Smart play. But Tonka, spotting Spec out, decides to take a couple shots. And Colgoat actually catches him. So Tonka looks for that revenge. He might not get it though. He's gonna get trapped. What a run over from Malaz. Hey, calculated NRG picking Rolls of War apart. Fate does get thirsted though, as now Victix and Erangel trying to get revenge for their comrades.
Yeah, J7's also gone down, so it's a 2 versus 2 temporarily. So it's not as clean for energy as they would have hoped. But if they can get all 3 back up, it will still be a worthwhile fight for them to take. But Erangel, oh, the damage, okay, isn't there. Energy's still alive.
Now he's gonna get shot at. That buggy is smoking, not looking too healthy. He's in big trouble. Team Queso getting knocked out of their vehicles now. That's by Entity 7. And man, Entity 7 on the move. Big gonna happen on a buggy. Just we're seeing vehicle fights all over the place here, Cameron.
Queso moved out of this compound towards the hills toward the south to take this fight. And now look at Hate's position, kind of getting in front of them. Good shots. The damage isn't enough for the knock, but it should give them the advantage in the push, but no!
Hate up to him. Oh, switches to FPP. Now switches back to the 3-peak. Let's see what he can do. But we did notice FURIA get eliminated. Another bad game for them on their big double points day. Not looking too hot. Hey, gonna get shot from the back, and that's by Mythic.
Finding that
And that's the
long-range
problem with
angle.
this compound. Ugh, all eyes were on it for sure.
Yeah, I mean, Queso, it looked like they were about to throw their whole game by pushing out to the hills like that, but they're able to stabilize at least a little bit. They've lost a couple of players. And I don't know if the timing is there.
So close yet so far. That's Entity 7 eliminated. Mafioso with the mini. Busted up level 1 helmet too, putting some shots on. The zone's about to pop in 2 seconds. And that Pachiki Hill still in play. So iNCO are going to be holding down that area.
Yeah.
It's up to Alpha7. Like, hey, do we crash onto Hyper or push on the iNCO? I think their best decision is to try and take it iNCO's spot. It's going to be easier said than done.
Yeah, iNCO and Alpha7 have been playing nice. They haven't tried to really bully the other person off of this hillside, just sort of sharing it, sharing the angles. They open opportunities to farm elimination points across the field. 0 for A7 at the moment, and they're looking at 9Z because they know 9Z need to cross out in the open. And while Hyper are probably going to have the best chance at taking them out, Alpha7 can third-party that cross.
This is a hard one. This is all open field. Just that sloping hill. 9Z are going to have to push out of their good compound into the open. There's a couple little divots they could take. I think there's one bowl. Nope, it's actually going to be outside of the circle. So it's all open field. Look at this. Everyone's just hitting the deck, using those hay bales to their advantage. You're going to have to set up some car walls and make coverage for yourself.
And just hope and pray that that works,
right.
because that's it's so... you never feel comfortable when you're in that position.
It's terrible circle for them. Baton catches Victix. So Hyper now starting to get a little bit loud. That's from all the way across. Alpha7, they're going to have to make the push here in a second. Spec takes down Erangel, and that is Rolls of War eliminated. iNCO is still in the mix, though. They're in 3rd place.
Yeah. I mean, okay, so just looking at NRG real quick. They have 10 eliminations, but only one of them surviving, so... I do still approve of the fight against Rolls of War. Still unlikely to get too many points, even with 3 or 4 in this field ending. Let's see how Queso now approach it onto Liquid. Quite a bit of damage on to Potrock, but then the Molly could finish him off.
That Molly looked good, but seems to be just a little bit off the mark there. Oh, yeah. That nade from Chief does catch Potro. Oh, and he's going to burn all the way down. So, yeah. Team Liquid, they're holding the south side as a split, putting in some great shots on this area and just applying pressure to these teams, just trying to snake in a little bit late.
Yeah, big open fields like this is one of the best times to deploy those splits like this. You control so much area as long as you are aware of the angles that are big threats to you. And for Liquid, it would be the high ground angles to the north. As long as you're aware of those and you block those off, you can be a super dominant force here. Queso haven't been able to break their way in. Titan haven't been able to break their way in yet.
Puts him on his back. Gonna try to get him in the vehicle. He does. And gets him to safety. I'm surprised we don't see this feature more often. Oh, but he's gonna have to pop him out quick. Nope, not gonna be able to do it. So, Revo getting done for. 9Z getting just tortured by the blue zone. And Elite's gonna be the only player up for him. And Hyper. Only team with a compound in this circle. But they're going to have to clear their backs because Alpha7 seem to be closing in on them. Oh, that was a nice headshot there from Elite.
Yeah, but he's going to have to do a lot more, especially the Mafioso now getting into the mix, sending it down into the zone. Damage coming out, and there it is. That's going to be Spec picking it up. A 12th elimination for NRG in this round.
Wow.
That's the reason why no one's pushed and Hyper up until this point, because third parties are going to be everywhere.
Next zone does pop, and iNCO are still in it. This could be another massive game for iNCO. As a matter of fact, it already is. 4 eliminations. They've now reached into the placement point area here. Does Spec take the shot onto Doran? He's going to use a nade first.
Prepping some grenades.
Let's see. A little short. Just a little short.
I mean, Titan are all running forward and trying to take Liquid, so not for lack of trying, Spec is now sending them in, but a little bit of damage, follows up with the shots, but no knock! Oh, gets one! Can Liquid identify what's been happening in the elimination feed? Can they send it forward and make sure that Titan are no longer an issue?
Let's see what happens. Top 3 teams are still in this. Be Bold and Hyper. And Hyper with had the decent position. They don't have the eliminations though.
Yeah.
That they were hoping for. And they did lose 2 players. Be Bold on the other side here are outside of the circle. They're gonna have to push in. So I think it's really iNCO's time to shine here. They gotta utilize this opportunity.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Understandable that they only have 4 eliminations at this point, but the rest should be theirs to take, and Liquid now hitting just below them under the hill. It's such a great move by Liquid, leaving Elia to anchor behind. Of course, that means Elia is now vulnerable to Redox, who's taking him down. So never mind, Liquid, the team that was probably the largest defense against iNCO getting a second chicken dinner, they've lost a lot of room.
God, it's so tough. I mean, when it opens zone like this, there's only so much you can do. I'm surprised Mythic and Chief were able to push so far up.
Oh, Elia's still
alive!
alive!
Like that Redox. Oh, getting peppered from all directions. Yeah, somehow. Oh, okay, Ayala was holding that position for so long. Finally does get knocked, and that's a big point there for Nenebete. Meanwhile, yeah, and Hyper starting to get into it as well. Baton looking for these confirmations. But they're going to have to get going here soon, and they realize that the next zone will pop.
Oh, Chief!
Party. Chief in the smokes! With the shotgun, gets one!
Going for...
in the mail every single day. No, I'm just messing around, you know. But hey, you know what?
saying.
I love to hear stars say, right, that they are trying to go for it, right? They're trying to go for it, and we're seeing it. We're actually seeing it happen, right? Even with the tough zone like we saw in the last match, they did their best and they put up some good solid points. It's possible. There's still a lot more games left to go. Can they do it in Sanhok though? That's going to be my big thought right now.
Big question because, I think things just got scarier for third place on down, or really fourth place on down at this point, because iNCO is such a great team when it comes to Sanhok. iNCO is super consistent on Sanhok, Cameron. So it's like, I think the rich are going to continue to get richer. iNCO looking so stellar in Hyper. For them to pull off a win on Sanhok, they're going to have to do something special. But it is coming up quick. In fact, we're about to get into it. Map number 4 on Sanhok. For all of you out there in chat, listen up. The PMSL Pass is active today to the 30th of June. There's a message pinned at the top of chat with the code and a link. Redeem the code with the provided link to earn 20 points in the new PMSL Pass event and be that much closer to earning the Dark Arts Shadowman set, Dark Legend UMP 45. Check out that link listed above and get involved. Here it is, map number 4, Sanhok, the odd map out. iNCO Gaming, they're returning home. Can they go back-to-back? Hot Juice, Cameron Davis, let's find out.
Oh, let's see if they're going to be able to do it. It's Sanhok. There's only so many drop locations, and everybody knows where they are headed. When is Death Wolves and the rest of these teams going to start seeing iNCO and start, pointing their teeth in their direction? Because they need to at this point, because there's a lot of points that can still be had here, Cameron.
Yeah.
And, it's up to you to put it in your own hands. You can't just leave it up to luck.
Me?
Huh?
Cameron Davis?
Yes, it
is.
It is up to you, Cameron, because you decide where the circle goes.
I'm gonna go northwest again because I hate that. I hate that circle. I'm sorry, I just feel it's appropriate where FURIA and Queso are currently dropping on. But yeah, I'm looking around and no one's really hot dropping. I think the closest that we're getting is
E7
there's not even E7 aren't
Hyper?
even dropping on Tambang around and Hyper. Around Ruins, which is where that whole shebang started to begin with.
They all hop into a vehicle together, and
Oh,
iNCO
no.
gets center zone.
Of course.
Oh, people popping out Entity 7.
What?
The full four, yeah.
How?
The full 4-man car strat not working. They got a gun real quick.
Yeah.
And it just so happened to be an AK. So
We love it.
if they know it's Entity 7, if I'm be bold, honestly, I'm full sending it. I'm inting 100% Entity 7.
Teams don't even int the teams on double point day, so everyone's too
Why?
polite. You're too polite. Sportsmanship is
boy.
important outside of the game. In the game, full int it. It just full grief.
All right. It makes no sense. It makes no sense to me that we're not seeing teams bust out any strategy, right? We're not seeing it at all. We're just seeing them just continue to play the game the way it is and not making any adjustments. And it
God, they're chasing. Wait, they're actually doing it.
There we go, Be Bold. This is the last place team. We've seen them struggle so many times. If you need points real bad, this should be the squad you push against. And it looks like they finally did it. So they're gonna take 2. Are they gonna continue to chase them down? Oh, the stab from David.
Save ammo. And listen, it's not even the fact that this is up against Entity 7, who, granted, 16th place on the leaderboard, but it's not even that as much as it is they spotted, they dropped, they knew the loot opportunities for E7 were very, very limited. So really, it's just applying the pressure to any team that had the resource disadvantage in that moment. But Koi, the solo snake himself, creeping around, pushing out from Camp Charlie where the rest of the team is looting up, waiting to see if they can't catch a member of Be Bold, sort of out in the open, slacking. Because they're going to have to come this direction eventually to get into the zone. They could easily, very likely, go over that Camp Charlie bridge.
Dude, Koi is just playing this game all by himself at this point. We've seen him just survive. Last player up for SLR just constantly. Makes me sad for SLR because I wonder what would really happen, if we would have seen Kindness in the mix here.
Right.
Unfortunately, he wasn't able to make it here to the big show. Well, who knows? We could see him in the fall season. But Alpha7 going to start putting a little bit of pressure onto 9Z. Team Liquid do have a little bit of a boost in points.
But look, that is Energy not far from this. I don't know if Energy are setting up, prepared to rush over this hillside, but if they hear the shots ring out, then they could easily get involved.
Oh boy. iNCO, meanwhile, are chilling in Paradise Resort. No team challenging them, no team trying to share it.
Best drop spot on Sanhok.
Best drop, exactly. And that's why I'm so surprised here. Oh, here they go. Alpha7 popping out. Trades going back and forth. Alpha7, though, they're definitely looking to get spicy here. Oh, nice angles though from 9Z.
Yeah.
It's up to Carrillo. He's got to win this.
The side angles from Alpha7 actually weren't as strong as I think they were hoping. Carrillo out in the open now. Was able to get inside. Oh, that grenade looks good. Out. That grenade looks tasty. I think it was reset based off of another approach by Alpha7.
Ooh, ADS is the DBS. Let's see. Carrillo trying to get a 1v1 situation here. Oh, gets right behind that door. Oh, here's energy.
Like
Perfect
I said, they pushed up the hillside.
It's about time we see NRG get active, and this is right on time here. Elite taking out Mafioso, and there they go. That is what you're supposed to do. And Death Wolves are looking to do the same thing, but just a little bit late.
But it's good timing for Death Wolves, though, because they don't want to collapse at the same time that NRG did. Of course, unfortunately, the other two teams in the fight, 9Z and A7, were already so wounded that NRG got those final eliminations for free, so it's going to be a 4 versus 4. This could give either team a pause to try and retreat away. But Death Wolves, no, they want to go in. They want to take this fight.
They should both look to I think, err on the side of safety here. There's so many teams eliminated. You have so much space. The longer this fight goes on, the bigger the chance you're going to get third-partied. So I'm surprised that they're even taking this fight. And as I say that, look who's nearby.
Who's that? Who's that on the flank angle? Coming in from the north, Spec gets caught out. Really good defense of Rotovoy, but yeah, absolutely, Liquid are now joining the party.
And here they go, Obscure getting Malaz, Death Wolves getting the better of NRG. And Higo's gonna get that confirmation. Spec is knocked, it's up to Fate and J7. But now Team Liquid join it, catch Higo. That does give a little bit of breathing room for NRG. But only breathing room to try and get these finishes quicker than later because, Obscure saying, sit down.
Great hold, and even hops inside to avoid the grenade. That's going to be it for NRG, going down to Mythith, the last casualty there. But now Liquid, they're going to keep pushing in. Thankfully for Death Wolves, they were able to reset momentarily. At least 3 of them are up inside, but Rotoboy still bleeding out on the rocks above. Liquid are rushing this down even faster than in any other team that's arrived in this position.
Yeah, Team Liquid are going to take full advantage of this, and they're going to look to take it as fast as possible because they don't want to be a third, fourth, fifth parties at this position. So let's see. Death Wolves now on the run. Yeah, Death Wolves, smart decision to just try and leave here. You've done enough. You got 3 eliminations. Take off. And let's see as Rata Boy will get finished here.
Yeah.
No way he makes it out.
Liquid are baiting that downed player on the rock, but Death Wolves, they're not actually fully retreating. They're just getting out of the low ground, getting out of the compounds. Because on one point, like, you're right, more and more teams are coming into this position, and now that the circle is centered up on this spot, this could change their decision making. But we've already lost so many teams. There aren't going to be as many around anymore. So I think there is at least a little bit more space for freedom of taking this fight. But of course, it being in the center of the next zone, Death Wolves, they're going to back away.
Smart. Yeah, just leave. I mean, that's why I would like to see them leave against that fight against NRG. It's just because it just made no sense. Like, the chances of getting third party were so high. And as predicted, Team Liquid come in to put in some work. But, you know, Death Wolves do only lose 1 player. So not a terrible loss. They get 3 eliminations in return for that.
That's not bad for Sanhok, especially.
Well, I'll tell you this. It's bad considering that iNCO is still alive with all 4 players up.
iNCO aren't even involved in that interaction.
They aren't, right? But iNCO are involved in taking away the last spot to the group stage.
Right.
And that's the problem, is Death Wolves are doing these fights against these other teams, but just letting iNCO do their thing. And that, at the end of the day, that's their greatest enemy. That's their only enemy, right? Because 4th place, yeah, you get to the survival stage, but you don't want 4th. You want that 3rd place position. And iNCO are starting to create a gap that could be too big to pass up on. And not to mention, they're gonna see everybody else, and iNCO should hunt down those teams during their days.
Right. Well, yeah, especially if iNCO get a huge lead. that it's going to give them a lot of freedom. The fact that they get the double points early on, there are some benefits to having it later on in the week, but the benefit you get for it being earlier in the week is that you've already kind of done the hard work, and so the next games that you have aren't as valuable for you, so you do have some freedom to go more aggressive on the hunt. You get some more time to grief it out.
Let's see if they're going to end up doing it, though. That's my question.
Right.
We're not
floating
seeing
it.
anybody do nothing different. I mean, it's so crazy to see. I mean, to me, it's like a no-brainer decision. I don't know why these teams don't think the same way, but I mean, to each their own. And honestly, it could be the lack of that thought process that doesn't allow Death Wolves to go to Riyadh.
Could very well be. We'll see. Death Wolves, yeah, they have been struggling to get a lot of points. Just this whole week, really. They kind of held on to third, fourth place most of yesterday, but then eventually got knocked off, and they're still struggling all of today. So at least they're able to get 3 eliminations here, losing 1 player so far. We'll see what they can do for the rest of the round, as it's going to be a slower mid game now, having lost 3 teams already.
I'll tell you one thing. If I was in this game and I'm IGL, I'm telling my team, hey, we got to stare at the feed, keep an eye on iNCO. If you see them get eliminated, then we can do our own thing. If not, we got to find ways to try to bully the squad. That should be your #1 priority at this point.
Yeah.
If you're any of these other teams.
Yeah. I mean, especially if you're Death Wolves and Influence Rage.
FURIA as well.
True. But I think FURIA have a lot more things that they need to worry about. Such as
getting points. Yeah, that's true.
Maybe.
That's true. FURIA's like, yeah, you know what? #1, get points. #2, then we can deal about those other squads.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But for them, I think their new goal now is to just try and hold on to 4th place, because again, just look at that scoreboard on the right. Look at that gap that was there between iNCO and FURIA, already looking really good. Next circle, medium shift towards the west. Oh, hey, before the action starts off again, I did want to say iNCO already had the highest amount of bonus points of this entire event so far.
That's true.
In the first 3 rounds of today, they've already basically matched the number of bonus points they got for the entirety of their week 1 bonus points. So they just keep getting, like, they're doing even better this week.
Unreal. I mean, it could have been at a better time too. It couldn't have been at a better time. I mean, yeah, FURIA not able to do anything at all during this bonus points day, and we're already past halfway through this thing. So let's see how they're going to be able to do it. They don't have a bad circle here either. And I'll say this, right? Sometimes you want to get lucky, and if there's any day to get lucky on, it's your double points day.
Yeah.
But it's not luck when you got Gary.
No, it's...
Let's go.
Yeah, that's just
Titan Gaming on the push against All Glory Gaming. Death Wolves are near this, so let's see if they are going to end up getting into this fight at all. Couple knocks bring out Alim. Ooh, Skaya not wanting to go into that building just yet.
Yeah, well, well, the fight sort of teases out. I'm looking around to see if there's any team that's in a position to third party. I'm not seeing one that's going to be an immediate trajectory. A little bit of an isolated fight here then, and AGG pushes forward. Cardi again tries to 1v4 Titan. This time around has a bit more backup.
They want revenge. Titan Gaming wants revenge right there, because they got done dirty in the last match by Cardi. So let's see if Titan Gaming is able to do that here. They did allow All Glory Gaming to get a full reset. There's a nice knock, though, onto Melgar from Doran. Doran is that big clutch player for them.
Yeah, but do they
He had the most eliminations yesterday.
Do they push into the smokehouse? A little bit of a forward hold. Oh! What is that, a double knock coming out? No, it's actually Death Wolves. They were able to push up, and the hold lasted for enough time for a third party to eventually get into the mix. Is that Doran the last one up for Titan? No, there is also Redox on a different angle, but crossfires through buildings don't have the same impact.
And it's just Ego from Death Wolves, so it's just all him by himself, utilizing this off angle to just apply pressure. Oh no, the rest of Death Wolves did push up. Okay, yeah, Obscure is now in the mix with Guizao, so they're going to third party this hardcore and look to gatekeep both these teams. Oh, a nice knock onto a limb. Death Wolves, this is the points they've been needing all day long.
Yep. Definitely appreciate the proactive play coming out of them on the edge here on Sanhok. The blue is coming in. Redox not going down easily. Gets the knock.
Got him.
Where's the trade? Jumping around the corner.
Oh, Redox doing some work with his DBS. He has the right-hand peek angle. Oh, barely misses the shot. But he's going to go out to get the finish. Gets the nice confirmation there. Death Wolves Rocking the split. Oh, and Queso gets knocked and gets the safety. So that's that off angle. Kiko wasn't able to do anything from there.
Well, the blue was doing the last bits of damage needed for Titan to have the advantage in this fight. But Red Ox is gonna stay alive. How?
Wow, that was like a tie, and that was crazy. So right there, this is stage 4, and you can see the blue zone is putting in some work onto these players. So Cardi, of course, it's Cardi, right? The last player up here.
Well, no,
in this
actually,
spot.
yeah, in this spot. I don't know how, I don't know why, but 2 other members of AGG had left this position. I mean, I think they think Cardi is just the kryptonite against Titan Gaming, which, looking at the previous Erangel match, makes perfect sense. And the other 2 players are reasonably in a better position to get into the zone, but they're getting taken down by not just the blue zone, but I think also iNCO Gaming.
And iNCO Gaming need all these points. Here they go on the push. So iNCO Gaming are now in the mix. They're going to be going outside of the zone here. Oh my God, Cardi! Are you kidding me? Back-to-back domination against Titan Gaming. And he's going to go out to the blue zone here in style once again. Are you kidding me?
Honestly, you've done your job. Sleep well, Prince. No, not really. I think AGG would have preferred to have much more points, but still, just the impact against the Titan specifically in that fight, in that round. Now, but let's put attention towards the rest of the zone as FURIA. They are actually getting eliminations. They are actually potentially getting points if they can finish these eliminations out. But I don't know why Artusin is holding off on the flush.
Oh, man. Very unfortunate. We see Hyper do a blind send this late in the game. I would have much rather see them just make a full commitment against FURIA. Just challenge them and make it happen with their own weapons. They go out, they go out. But instead, I think just bite off way more than they can chew here. So, that's
spotted.
it. Yeah, so spotted and taken out. And Hyper eliminated. Death Wolves get eliminated as well. We missed that fight, but they are gone. So 9 teams still remaining here. As far as the big storylines go, it's still iNCO. iNCO are up, putting in work.
And FURIA.
What a day.
They have FURIA also
true.
are still up. They can get the revive on their 4th player who had gone down, and they already have 4 eliminations. So that's 8 points. That's more points than they've gotten anywhere else today. So if they can keep this run, unfortunately, right in front of them is going to be Be Bold and Royals of War, and this shift going in their direction. That's actually not great for FURIA. They could try and hold on to the edge, but because Be Bold and Royals of War don't need to move, I don't know how much agency FURIA is really going to have, what options they're going to have.
They could have a lot of options if they start playing it quietly. If Be Bold and Royals of War fight, then you can have a good third-party opportunity. But it's going to be all about timing there. You cannot pull that trigger just a little too early. Team Queso, meanwhile, got eyes on iNCO. Oh, instant laser beam gets one. Can he take down Gary? No, you can't.
The power of Gary is too much. 6 eliminations for iNCO. They've already lost 1 player, but if they get the revive on their knocked brother, they can still get a whole bunch of points from this position. The iNCO train will not stop.
I'm telling you, it is choo-choo all the way, and it is Gary pulling the horn. 1 elimination so far, and it just happened to be one of the most clutch ones.
Hey, listen, that's important. Like, it's hard to identify it as observers in PUBG Mobile, but there is a difference between an impactful elimination and what's more just like a cleanup elimination, right? So, if Gary needed to get that elimination there.
He absolutely did, and of course, he did it right when it was needed. Meanwhile, let's take a look. 45 seconds left on the clock. We're about to hit zone number 6. Erangel, dead focus on the FURIA up top. Rightfully so. Augustus does end up taking down Entity 7 by Explosive Cardoso. Wow, with a nice headshot right there on the SLR. SLR is still in the mix here.
Yeah. 0 eliminations for them. Trying to get involved from Bon. Liquid is overlooking that angle on the low ground. SLR are going to have to really tighten up their approach. But iNCO coming in from the north side. Heard the shots. Teasing around, seeing what becomes available to them.
Where's this zone going to go? Where's it going? Center up. Dead center circle.
Ooh. FURIA lose a player to the blue.
Ah,
and of course it goes iNCO. Of course it goes iNCO.
Are you kidding me? Just zone magnets. Today of all days, you couldn't ask for anything more. And I will say it's because of Gary. Let's see what iNCO could do. I'll tell you what, I said it at the top of the show, right? Superstition. Sometimes it does work. iNCO in a great spot here. And I'll tell you what, Team Liquid most likely going to get pushed on. I wonder if iNCO stay in their position. Actually, they may have to focus on Influence Rage coming in from the other side. But it's really a battle down south. This is where we got our eyes on right now.
Yeah. FURIA has eyes on Royals of War. Wait to see. Be Bold and Royals of War both sharing that compound across the road from each other. And FURIA just wait to see if anyone overextends across the way as he smokes in play. Oh, doesn't catch the cross and is now re-peeking back on. Spray comes out. And now Fran is pushing across the road, taking the fight to Royals of War. Back up in tow, pushing into the building.
Where is FURIA? FURIA needs to be here to third party this situation. Are they going to do it? No, they're leaving. So now Be Bold is going to continue on with this fight here. SLR is going to be gatekeeping both of these teams. Who's going to get these necessary elimination points? It's going to be Royals of War.
Good hold there by Royals, but they're wounded. We have SLR going to be blocking their path forward into this. 6 eliminations for iNCO as you go back into the north as they stare down Influence Rage.
Gary.
What can Gary do?
What can he do?
Grenades thrown out.
On the back. Oh, Nunez. Oh, what a nade, though. And it's just Law. That melee was just a little bit off the mark. Gary going to have to help support his team here as Federal is applying that pressure on a Nunez. One nade could be disastrous for iNCO.
Federal needs to come up huge here. Needs to stop the utility from flying back in onto those knock teammates. A good knock on Nunez. And the follow-up could get the full elimination. Oh, that bounce back is not great. And the damage on the Federal forced to prone down again. So, opportunity for iNCO to reset.
Law caught Gary. Law caught Gary. Bad sign for iNCO. But here comes Team Liquid. SLR as well. Applying all the pressure here in this direction. Now, for iNCO, 1 player left. And now Team Liquid looking to take this chicken dinners. Oh, they're just laying down the law on the Influence Rage.
It's the play zone doing a lot of damage as well. Influence Rage haven't had much room to play with. And they just get torn to shreds with the arrival of SLR. But iNCO down to 1 player left. All just down to 7. Looking towards Liquid. The molly doesn't hit.
He's holding that spot. He secured at least 3rd place. That's great. 3rd place, decent eliminations. Another great game for iNCO. And nobody is going out of their way to stop them. They're just letting iNCO play the game, and it just goes to show how well they're doing it. Mythic going to throw another nade there. Is he going to get it perfectly? He doesn't.
It bounces off, but they know where 7's playing from. They have a little bit of time before the blue closes in onto them, and SLR are just setting up their own crossfires.
Yeah, 7's going to go out right now to blue zone most likely.
I mean, I don't know if denying is really the play at this point, and is that first aid kit too late?
Yep. Yeah, so denying the points. Decent points here, but Team Liquid, I mean, we haven't been talking about that first, 2nd place race here. Team Liquid are going to create a nice little bump in points compared to Alpha7.
Yeah.
And all they got to do is take out SLR. SLR doing a nice little 4-man split here. They can really cover each other. Oh, Hoshwan right in the open gets knocked. That's going to be a tough loss.
Oh, okay.
There's
Thankfully,
though.
Thankfully, the trade is there. I was going to say SLR's position is looking good. More control over the center, but Mythic is now crashing forward. DBS in hand, but not fast enough. SLR holding on strong.
It's Chief. What can he do? Their utility's got to be just down to nothing. Yeah, Chief, no nades, nothing. Gonna try to go for the res here. Does SLR have any kit left? We saw Dragon with a stun. Ooh, goes off right behind him. Chief trying to get up on the rock. That's bad luck. Getting on the rock could be bad. Oh, never mind. He catches Dragon. Koi with the nade, though. Can he nail it perfect? Oh, just short.
And Koi hasn't been reviving at all. That's a missed opportunity. Now going to be going, not even for the revive still. Running out in the open. You don't give Chief this opportunity.
Koi with the shenanigans. Back and forth. The peaks. And it's Chief that wins the game. Team Liquid clutching it up right at the end. Koi trying to do it all by himself. Comes up just short.
I know the blue was coming in, but surely Corey should have gone for the revive earlier. You want to keep your advantage in weapons available on your side. So I think that was just a bit of a misplay coming out from SLR. I mean, a good clutch for Liquid at the end, regardless. Chief getting on that rock, absolutely huge. The grenades missing from that position. But I think SLR fumbled the bag a little bit as well.
Massive dude fumbled the bag, man, at the 1 yard line. That's tough to see, dude, because it's like you had it. Whether it's the res or use your men advantage when you still had 2 and only 1 more player left of Chief. Like if you want to make that push into the open field, then go for it. Maybe Chief, he kind of overexposes himself. Then you take him down. There's a bit of a trade, but you still get the winner chicken dinner. I think that's a massive blow up on SLR's part, which I was very excited because I was like, they're making some big plays. This is a big moment for them that just turns into an absolute disaster. Team Liquid, Cameron, you said it best, man. You cannot get Chief an opportunity like that because he's going to use it to his fullest, and he did exactly that.
Oh, man. But talking about Liquid, talking about Alpha7, it's true because we've been focused so much on this double points day. I mean, it's gone under the radar how kind of uneventful it's been for the top 2 race, especially for Alpha7. I mean, good for Team Liquid to get, like, they're still having a good day for sure, maybe not as strong as before, but they're going to be climbing further and further ahead, especially with this win.
Yeah, especially with this win. 9 eliminations, which, again, they should have had no part in doing so. Redox putting up a show. You love to see it. Hopping like a deer over a fence out in the country, man. AGG also in a fight will finally put Redox into the ground along with Hyper Stars. Now, do want to say, though, SLR, congratulations on the second, but congratulations on the consistency, Hot Cheeks, from iNCO Gaming. Staying alive, getting blessed by Zone. Gary clearly the magnet for the luck today. You guys set this narrative, right? Game number 1 was luck from iNCO, and maybe so, but hey, is it still luck at this point? Because iNCO Gaming, top 3, every single game so far outside of Miramar.
Tell me, Taylor, you tell me right now, right? Are you swapping Gary out that roster if you were the coach?
Absolutely not.
Exactly.
Absolutely
That's what I'm saying. You can't do it. It's working. Whatever it is, Gary, you stay right where you are because iNCO's doing what they need to, regardless of whether he's putting up eliminations or not. I mean, everything's just working out for them today.
It is. They will get the most points at 22. They continue to separate themselves from the pack, although FURIA, shout out to them, 6th place with 6 elims. Cameron, they will finally get some much-needed points on the board. It's not enough to overtake iNCO. That's because iNCO's been playing phenomenally well today, but at least FURIA on their double points will get a little bit of something and show some life.
Yeah, it's still not great, though. It's still only 6 eliminations and 2 placement points, which, yeah, if this was their, like, a middle or low point of the day, that would be great, but this is their high point? I don't know. I'm still not happy about this. Like, granted, I'm not on FURIA, so I don't have the responsibility of needing to forget about the past and focus on the future with a blank slate. Thankfully, because I don't know how I could. That would be absolutely atrocious.
Well, good news for iNCO even more as Death Wolves continue to have some lackluster games, right? 5 points.
Right.
It's okay, especially I'm not on their double points day, but it's not enough to make it competitive for top 3. So, at this point, man, iNCO feeling confident, feeling good. Team Liquid with their win will at least lead of just about 30 points over A7. iNCO, though, will not only break 20 or 600, but go up to 620. And for the first time in a long time, Hot Jukes, we will see less than a 100-point lead over 2nd and 3rd place.
That's crazy. And, you know, this is starting to get pretty wild here, yeah, because Team Liquid and Alpha7, 23-point difference, so that's big. That is big. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how Alpha7 bounces back because they're going to have Group D to get all those points, and Team Liquid's going to definitely hunt them down. At least they should, right?
They should.
iNCO Gaming, compared to Death Wolves, they already have an 84-point gap.
Significant.
With 2 games left to go, Taylor. So, I mean, honestly, I am so shocked. Like, if Death Wolves with 2 matches left don't do something to just try and prioritize iNCO, I mean, I think they're just going to give away this tournament.
As a storyline, right? Just prioritize iNCO, shut them down because they could lead over 100 points over not only Death Wolves, but FURIA, who continues to just have lackluster games outside of the last one. Like Cameron said, it's really no time to get too excited. And Hyper, unfortunately, will stay at 420 points. That's where they were last game. And, well, game number 4 doesn't help them out. However, still a chance in the last 2 games to come back to full form on Miramar, which they were the winners from the last time. And I believe with 13 eliminations, if my math serves me correct. I'll just double check on that. Yeah, 13 eliminations, a massive game, 46 if I'm not mistaken. So in Hyper looking to do the same. Cameron, last 2 games, it's I view this quite literally do or die for FURIA. They're the biggest, kind of talking point that I'm looking at. FURIA on their double points. If they do not excel in these next 2 games, I do fear that they have just let go, not only of 3rd place, but also 4th place as well.
Oh, absolutely so. And that's not even like exaggeration. That I think is an objective fact, because you see how close Influencer Age and Death Wolves are to FURIA, and they haven't had their double points day yet. So if FURIA doesn't get that lead again and have some sort of buffer between them and the teams below them, I don't see how it would fall into place that they could end in 4th. I don't see it.
Right. Well, FURIA fans, send them your energy because they need it. They are struggling today, but can they step it up in the last 2 games? Anything is possible. Well, there it is, 4 games down, about to hop into map number 5 where we return to Miramar. As we go to break, though, Sarpatch is on site to talk to the coach of Titan Gaming, Big Juancho. Let's see what he had to say.
Match 3 is done. Here we are with Juancho. Juan, tough couple of matches now. We just lost against AGG there, doing a 3-party. It's been tough.
Yes. Yes, it's been tough, and mainly because of the communication we had. Like, even when I played, we still have communication issues, and it's probably still going on.
So Redox and Dorina have been doing well. They've been getting some kills, especially yesterday. They did really well. Do you think the communication there has been better? Them two are Romanians.
Probably they're doing better because they're like a good duo. They've been playing together for a long time, and maybe that's why also Inactive and Alum is, lacking a little bit in the team, because they're, never play with them.
Sure, new team. Juan, are you staying out here as a 5th player coach, or are you going to go back?
I wish I could go back, but I'm only for emergencies, and there hasn't been a new one since then. So as of now, no.
We're watching the matches together, so I have no problem with you being here. All right, bro?
Okay.
All right, man. Let's go back.
The PMSL Pass is active today to the 30th of June. There's a message pinned at the top of chat with the code and a link. Redeem the code with the provided link to earn 20 points in the new PMSL Pass event and be that much closer to earning the Dark Arts Gentleman set and Dark Legend UMP 45. And welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring Season, day number 12. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Hot Jukes and Cameron Davis. Hot Jukes, at this point, are you the biggest Gary fan that ever existed?
Dude, what can I say? I mean, it can't be luck. It can't be luck at this point.
Oh, so we're changing the narrative.
The whole time. I mean, it can't. I mean, well, here's what I'm saying: is like. It was luck for match number 1, but then after seeing consistent iNCO W's, it's all Gary. It's all Gary.
It's Gary. So is he the controller of the Matrix at this point, Cameron?
All Gary? Come on, let's give some love to the rest of iNCO who are all playing well. Like, Gary might be there as the emotional support substitute. Like, I can't say one way or the other that's the case, but whether or not it's because of him, if he's like the rabbit's paw or whatever we want to say, it's setting up iNCO to then be delivering with all the points. He's not like grabbing the eliminations and putting it on the scoreboard for his teammates.
And rabbit's paw, you're bringing it back. I remember having a rabbit's paw back in the day. I do, and I don't know if it brought me luck, but I'm here for a reason with you incredible guys. All right, we're already going into Game 5. My head is spinning with how fast the day is. My job literally today as host has become, we're throwing the game. So let's do it. Let's go into game number 5. A return to Miramar. And last time we were here in Hyper, had a tremendous pop-off game with 13 eliminations, 46 total points. Can they return to glory and get that much closer into breaking into top 8? Hot Jukes, Cameron Davis, take it away.
Here we go. 2 more matches left to go today, and let's get real here. Okay, so at this point, 3rd place from all these teams at the bottom, see you later. iNCO have now made that too difficult to pass up on, right? 4th place, still in the mix, and Hyper now 131 points behind that. We're talking double-digit eliminations here for this game and the next game with the chicken dinner to even stand a chance at 4th or go to Riyadh. I mean, it's crunch time, and you got to leave it all on the field at this point.
Yeah, I think that the trajectory that iNCO are on is actually quite reasonable to expect them to maybe even overtake Alpha7 by the end of today. Woo! Because they've been getting so many points every single game. They haven't dropped the ball once, which granted, it could happen on one of these 2 final rounds. You're allowed 1 during a day. You're allowed 1 little bit of a stinker. But so far, iNCO haven't shown signs that could be the case for them. And if they overtake Alpha7, that won't put Alpha7 in threat of falling out. That would just mean that it is all top 3 positions locked down, and it's just going to be a fight for 4th. And yeah, teams do not want to let that happen. And so,
do they not? I mean, I don't know, because it's just
they're not dropping on them. Yeah, fair question.
Yeah, they're just letting it happen at this point, and it's blowing my mind that there hasn't been a priority. I mean, you're looking at the leaderboards every game. I mean, you should have known that this was going to happen. I mean, I think most teams maybe were expecting FURIA to do this after how they performed yesterday.
Right.
But iNCO did their job. And yeah, that's the advantage of Group A, is that if they did their job today, then they'll have the rest of the week to make it their mission to target these other squads.
Yep, exactly. I do just want to, make sure that we don't get ahead of ourselves. It isn't the easiest thing to hot drop a team and mess with them. And, and there's only some teams that are going to be in their own drop positions to have a proper camp against an opposing squad anyway. But it is when you're in the mid game, when you're in the late game, and you have the information of all the teams around you, you're seeing the action pop off in the elimination feed, that is when teams need to be striking. That's when teams need to go for those fights and try and just get the news, really put on iNCO real tight then. But I mean, to iNCO's credit, they're playing a lot of very successful edge positions. They're doing a good job of not putting themselves in fights that can get easily collapsed upon. So I think we want to give a little bit of praise to that, of making sure that they aren't easily taken off.
Yeah, at the same time, though, they're not doing anything crazily different, right? It's not like they're going to an entirely different drop location that we've ever seen before.
Right.
doing, any interesting splits. They're just kind of playing their game. And teams are allowing them to do that. And it just so happens that they're having just the most monstrous day that we've seen. As a matter of fact, this is going to be a record, right? This is going to be a record for bonus points. Yeah, this is going to be a record for bonus points on one single day. And to do that in the final week, other teams need to watch out.
Yeah, they got to be feeling good. And what's great is that going into yesterday, we were talking about a couple of teams really in that fight for 30 and 4th. They weren't really that high on the list. Granted, a lot of the emphasis was on two teams towards the bottom, like Royals of War, terms the bottom of the chase to 3rd and 4th place, because it's like, oh, can they do it? And so they were kind of in the middle of the pack. They weren't as exciting as already being in 3rd and 4th, and they weren't as exciting as the teams like on the lowest end. But still, we didn't really talk about them at all. And then bam, they come out here, just completely 180, just turn the story all around, talking about completely different teams at this point.
Yep. I mean, and that's how it happens. I mean, with these bonus points, it's anyone's game, and who can utilize them the best. And the fact that this is the first day of those bonus points weekend, oh man, it is crazy that iNCO was able to do that. And it's very fortunate for them, right? They've been those zone magnets all day long. They've utilized it so well, and it doesn't look like they have any inkling of stopping. I mean, look at this. They're in a great position for this next circle too. I mean, they are big chillin' in Pecado, and they get a nice little Pecado circle. This could be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at their drop position on Pecado in this circle, as we do see Queso and E7. Really good opportunities. They don't get the knock. They actually get very little damage, if any, at all onto E7. So a good little dodge away and some counter damage coming out, as these are two teams that are fighting over the center. Actually, iNCO aren't too far north of this, but I was looking at iNCO's drop position and looking at any team that has the potential to try and cut off the rotation, trying to camp them out. I think Queso would have been the only team that has a good opportunity for that, but they're not the one that's particularly worried about them, I don't think. I think Queso just trying to worry about their own position on the leaderboard.
Yeah. And it makes total sense. It makes total sense why. Oh, wow. Nice shot there from Bet87 on the Team Queso. Team Queso right now from 4th place. They are currently sitting 69 points back. Nice. They're going to need another good couple games here. So they're not out of the running for 4th, but 3rd. Yeah, 3rd is a big gap at this point.
Damage going out on both sides here. No knock yet for either team. But Milo has a nice angle. Oh, there it is. I spoke too soon. I might have just jinxed it. It's going to be Milo going down. Should get easy revive coming in. How does E7 play? Do they push and try and take more positioning off of this? Do they go for an easy fight? Or do they use this as an opportunity to sort of retreat away? But nope, looks like they're going aggressive. And it's being matched.
Oh, Energy 7, yep, on the push. Here we go. I mean, last place, you got nothing to lose. Start putting in some work, and there they go. Look at that. Potro gets knocked and thirsted. Oh, my goodness. Out of all the teams to go out to, this is going to be a big demoralizing one for Team Kessel, because they're looking at their chances of Riyadh just slipping through their fingers.
Yeah, it's not their double points day, so it's not the worst time to have a poor showing. But for now, it's all about fighting over this one compound. Grenade goes out, does a little bit of damage. And Hate playing a forward position with the shotgun. Could catch Milo off guard. Grenade in hand. That's got to be an easy knock there, and it is.
Wow, yeah, it is. I mean, Entity 7 are just running away with this fight right here. Silence, last player up, going to have to make some plays here. He knows that he has one knock to his advantage. Franco on that off angle, though, is giving all those sight lines. Telling his teammates exactly where he is. Let's see what Silence could do. Oh, now here comes M2M. M2M does make it into the fight now. Let's see if these two players can get at least 4 eliminations here.
Yeah, but look at the off-angle player of E7. Just look at the minimap. There's still another player of watching all of this. Still hasn't caught on M2M yet. Fire onto Hate. Force to fall away. Doesn't get the knock. Goes for, I was going to say, go for the boost before a first aid kit. Okay, interesting play.
Let's see here. No, and look who's on the hill. Looking at this whole entire situation.
They're looking.
It's Nunez. And you know he's going to start popping some shots over here. M2M, last one up. Team Castle getting popped up. Oh, the drop shot. Oh, and it's Nunez to steal the elimination.
Oh,
my goodness. Okay, 2 points. Take it to the bank.
Easy.
And guess what? I'm out of here.
I'm gone.
Job done. Job done,
Look,
dude. Oh man. Shout out to Gary for giving Nunez the buff to get I'm just kidding. No, just like Nunez has been playing so well all day long.
Yeah.
It's crazy to watch.
No, absolutely. And just look at the confidence that they're playing around. They're taking so much space here in the middle. No one's contesting them. Everyone's favoring the South. And is that just because they're all trying to avoid iNCO? Well, they can't avoid them for too much longer because it is going to be a hard shift towards the north. La Bendita Graveyard-ish area once again. We'll see if it goes east and it mirrors the earlier Miramar that we had today. But at least in the moment, we also saw a lot of teams still outside of the zone, which is wild to see still. The playing path wasn't even particularly bad. But that's just how this game is turning out, it seems.
Let's see how it goes. FURIA. Oh my goodness. Their bonus points day has just been atrocious, and it's so frustrating, especially having a good solid day yesterday. The curse.
You called it. You called it.
It is literally the curse. I know. I mean, and honestly, I blame Taylor.
Fair.
The candle. I think it was the candle that would just marked the downfall of FURIA. I mean, there's 2 games left. This could be a good one. We saw Team Liquid have a terrible double points day, and then the last 2 matches, they just crushed it and were able to bring it back. But with how they've been playing so far, and if I recall, the candle was still not lit behind Taylor. So I think even Taylor's working against them at this point. I don't know. It's just, what are you going to do? What are you going to do?
Well, your Death Wolves are going to actually apply a lot of pressure to Team Liquid as they fight over this sort of hillside west of La Bendita. Neither team wants to commit to the fight. They're sort of just playing with each other and trying to see what they can get away with positionally. Just trying to find a really good position in the center. Little 2-2 split for both squads with good supporting angles amongst themselves. But no, Doran's gone down. AGG cleans that one up.
Yeah, Titan Gaming down to 2 players just on the rotate. Titan Gaming, yeah, it's those communication issues that the legendary Juancho was talking about a little bit earlier.
Right.
And they definitely are going to have to get that sorted. Because when you got every single player, for the most part, speaking different languages, besides, only 2 players, what can you do?
Yeah, I mean, that's the big issue, having multicultural teams just because of the language issue alone.
Mafioso, though, getting shot at. You can tell that, Alpha7 want to be able to close the gap against Team Liquid, but they're getting pressured from so many angles. They lose another player early on, and Lorenzen catches Mafioso. That could be a big push here from Be Bold. And he gets thirsted by the fall damage.
Gets thirsted by the fall damage.
Yes, he does. He falls.
the gravity was really thirsty to clean that elimination up.
Gravity got him, man. I mean, what could you do? I mean, I'll say this. If you're not going downhill, Cameron, tuck and roll. Tuck and roll.
Well, a lot of teams are fighting on this edge. This is what I was talking about. I don't know why everyone is outside of the zone still this early in the game, but is that FURIA going down again with 0 points? Okay, they got 2 eliminations, but still, this has been an awful day for FURIA. Just pack it up at this point, I think.
Nail in the coffin, baby. That's what it is. And it's so unfortunate because we saw such signs of life from them yesterday.
Right.
And unfortunately,
well, in one round,
not able to get it done. Yeah. It is what it is regardless. And iNCO are going to still have a big opportunity to extend their lead even further. This could be their guaranteed ticket to Riyadh. But meanwhile, NRG, nice shot there from Tonka. Kid Fate bounced back with a nade. J7 throwing a smoke, trying to find an off angle.
Such a great little ridge for Tonka to play around and working it fairly well. Doesn't even allow the revive to come through. Pushes over the DBS, catches the grenade in hand. Can't quite get the knock first before going down, but the teammate is there to try and answer back.
Victex trying to get that res, and Fate is hurt. Oh, this nade should do it. Here he goes. 3 seconds on the clock. Nails it. Got him.
Hey,
wow.
it was only a reduck.
Survived?
It was only a reduck. He got up just in time.
Wow.
It wasn't a confirm there. And then the teammate arrived at the perfect timing as well, so they're still going to be able to reset all of this.
Worlds of War, great game for them here so far.
Revenge for Erangel.
Revenge for Erangel, indeed. And, man, Worlds of War really pushed themselves up because they were kind of like where Be Bold is on the leaderboard standings, but they are putting themselves in the conversation little by little by little. And we'll see how they do on their double points day. Obscure, meanwhile, getting some points against Titan Gaming. That's Deathwolves finally starting to wake up here towards the end. But man, look at this. iNCO, 4 eliminations already.
I know. How do they have 4? Who do they even take out to get to this point? It's been kind of like secret fights happening.
Yep.
Oh, we were paying attention.
And guess
to
who they
everyone
took
else.
out? E7.
Oh. I mean, points are points.
Points are points. They take out 3 players of Entity 7, and not to mention that little snipe we saw earlier from Nunez,
Right.
a little steal.
Exactly.
And these points are ridiculous. 4 turns into 8 today only. And it couldn't have been at a better time. And let's see where they're sitting at right now with this next zone popping. They're on the bottom left side of the map, over right just outside of Pecado. They haven't had to move a muscle just yet. And watch the zone go straight to Gary here once again.
20 seconds, don't call it too early. We still got 20 seconds to see. But honestly, if history serves, it probably will. As we just see Influence Rage rotating similar area as Royals of War with a ridge dividing them, but now towards the north. A lot of teams sort of preparing for this next shift. Phase 4 mid-game has started. It's a lot of open space in this zone. You can see Liquid, Deathwolves, even, and Hyper, all 3 teams with nice spread positions. Circle centers up, nudges towards the east just a touch. And so iNCO, they're on the edge now. I could easily see them sweep towards the south through 9Z, through Royals of War, into Liquid and Influence Rage.
Now let's see what happens here. And Hyper are there on that north side. Deathwolves are in a great spot here. But they're going to have to battle it out with so many teams. Alpha7 still alive with their duo, but they're coming in from the blue. Going to have to do something with 2 players. Meanwhile, Titan Gaming getting a nice little knock and thirst onto White Elegy. SLR feeling the pressure.
Now Influence Rage with angles on the opposite side.
Ojuan down.
Oh, it's all done to Dragon K. Last one up for SLR. Will he have the solo adventure that we saw Koi have earlier on Miramar? Looking at the position and the teams around him, I don't think so, but we have to see.
There could be a whole movie right now about Koi. The adventures of Koi. By himself, playing as a solo. Always trying to make something happen. Yeah, those suppressive shots, though, are of definite concern. Meanwhile, oh wow, Erangel takes on one of the players of Influence Rage. Dragon hits the deck and gonna go out just like that to Be Bold.
Yeah, it wasn't even Influence Rage. It was Be Bold with the angles. Everyone had angles on that position. Not a good spot for SLR to have found themselves caught there, and they go down. 12 teams that remain alive here. And everyone is still playing up on the edge. Be Bold now, 3 eliminations for them. Eyes on the law still.
See what happens. David trying to put some shots there on a Federal. Oh, gets shot on the side by Deathwolves. He's going to have to hit the deck really quickly. Deathwolves being very active here from their position. And they definitely need to, because they need to put some points on the board. I am looking right now at the map. They're rocking a 2-2 split. Oh, Brand. Be Bold. Feeling that pressure. A minute on the clock left. Zone is closing. This is about to be stage 5. And I'm feeling a hard shift here, Cameron. I'm feeling we're going to get a nice little shift here. It's been a while since we've seen one.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. But I'm looking at Deathwolves split. And it's actually been pretty good to hold off all of these teams here on the edge. Been very difficult for any of them to really leave La Bendita because of that crossfire setup that will support each other. And they're not pressured from an opposite side yet either. So Deathwolves, we can hopefully see a really big game coming out of them to remind us that they are also themselves in the race for, let's call it 4th place at this point. 3rd, with iNCO, the way that iNCO have been playing, possible, I guess, still, but for 4th for sure. 4th definitely.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be hard to beat them. I mean, they're going to have the best bonus points of the whole tournament at this point, and it's going to be hard to beat because they've done well on every single map.
Yeah.
Law trying to catch the nade onto Be Bold. Be Bold just holding this bowl for as long as possible.
Yeah. I mean, I like
Be Bold bowl.
I mean, I appreciate them sending players out to sort of keep the pressure on, finding angles onto Influence Rage and maybe even Royals of War if they try and crest over that ridge. But yeah, don't overextend it, don't overpush it, don't try and force the fight, especially when we have A few seconds left when Phase 5 reveals. Looking back in on iNCO, they actually just stuck in their corner. They didn't go through 9Z and the shift. Mostly center, but medium shift northwest. Now this ridgeline is actually even better for iNCO as they can just play up it into, well, the remaining player of E7.
Right you are, and you can see that zone. Gonna go center towards McGrellin from Alpha7. And he is, yeah, there's only 2 players up for them. They are staying very mighty close to each other. And I'm looking right now at iNCO. That's who my eyes are on, right? How are they going to rotate into the circle? They're going to be playing that edge, using a little bit of their high ground advantage here. Still up with all 4. And there's pretty much nobody on this side of the map to challenge him here, Cameron. Could be another big game for them.
Yeah, a lot of teams are still on this east side. And see Royals of War sort of set themselves up for the send. They didn't feel comfortable cresting over that ridge onto Influence Rage as Hyper. Well, they lose 1 player. They lose Baton. That's a huge player to lose, but they still have 3. They can still try and maintain this north position as Be Bold have flexed up into this area. Deathwolves also flexed up into this area. They've actually condensed one of their players. Their 2-2 is now looking like a 3-1 because they're putting their resources on the north side.
And Hyper, again, folks, if they want to be able to make it to Riyadh, we're talking 50-point games in this match and the next one. Otherwise, yeah, mathematically, it's going to be pretty much too difficult to overcome. Let's see right now is Obscure from Deathwolves putting some nice shots there onto Be Bold. And Hyper just trying to extend their tournament life. Nice nade coming down. Now, he saw that one come in the air. Ooh, barely avoids it.
Pulls the vehicle away, gets out of the blue zone as well, and Stars just pushes forward, but they have to keep it moving. There's a lot of places to hide in this part of Miramar. We saw it earlier on today. Stars don't, I mean, you got to get into the zone, but you don't want to get too far ahead of your team as Rose of War now also finding a small little dip to play in. This is in the center of the zone, right over the ridge from the solo player of Deathwolves, who is perhaps looking to retreat back to the north, or no, rather, you can see on the minimap, just readjusting that vehicle, and if they had any grenades, Igor could be landing on Royals of War, but they're going to hold their point. They're going to try and play what is sometimes called, like, alligator, which is just you prone down and you wait to get tripped over. Don't go too aggressive yourself.
That's right. Yeah, that is correct. Stay true to your logo. Let's see, as Air God's looking on for some angles. He's holding that dip for dear life. Team Liquid have that plateau up ahead, but they're going to have to make the best of it here. There's still going to be a big zone shift coming up soon. We still have a couple circles to go. Deathwolves are holding on. Still 10 teams remaining here. Everybody just kind of playing it safe. Mythic backing it up here. Look at that. Backing it all the way up. And looks like his team's going to be opt to play the edge because, yeah, there's just not a lot of great spots still left in the circle.
Would have the size peninsula to play around. You can see them kind of maneuvering, see what information they can gather. But Royals of War with that central send sort of cut them off, and then 9Z still playing it slow. It's on low ground compared to Liquid, but it does control Liquid's rotations. And now with the circle centered on up, Liquid need to force a fight. There is not a single macro movement, at least not one that I can see, that's going to get them into a safe position in the zone that doesn't force a fight. And at this point in the game, that's pretty expected.
Yes, it is. I'm looking at a bet there right now. 4 eliminations so far for iNCO, looking to extend their lead, secure that last spot to the group stage. Ooh, nice shots onto FS.
Wait, why is there a random purple dot in between Nanabete and the rest of iNCO?
That is Entity 7. The last player up for Entity 7 is Jocko, and he is hiding in the shack. Oh, and he's got all eyes on Nanabete. This is not good for iNCO.
No meds. So it's going to be a health advantage. Has to land the shots instantaneously if he does want to go for this fight.
See what happens. Carrillo, center zone, barely using this hill to their advantage. And Rata Boy gets a nice little knock on to Diego. Oh, Jocko. When is he going to take this shot?
There it is.
There it is. Oh, and he only gets 1 headshot. His position is now given away. And it's only a matter of time. Yep, here comes the molly, and it does spread further on wood floors. So Jocko most likely going to get burned up here.
Oh, it misses.
Oh, it misses. Nanabete barely missing that mark.
There it is.
That'll do it, though. Another 2 points. for iNCO Gaming.
That's huge. Absolutely huge. And Hyper haven't pushed off of that damage. Granted, it wasn't a lot of information there in that fight, so it's understandable why they didn't push into this position, and they would have had to go through the rest of iNCO either. But Adamant can just still and stand out here. Send all those shots to the north. No need to group up with the core roster just yet. But Liquid, they're sending it forward. They're right between 9Z and Royals of War. It's a tight position, and they're going to get bombarded.
Oh, yes, they are. Team Liquid, oh, in big trouble. That one nade from Simple can just spell disaster for them. He's going to hit it perfectly. Oh, just a little off the mark, but Connor hits the nade that he was looking for. And now Ayala, all eyes are on their backs because 9Z are definitely starting to apply that pressure. And meanwhile, Gary now starting to wake up, catches one of the players of 9Z off guard. And iNCO are looking unstoppable here today, Cameron.
Ooh, that knock against 9Z could give Liquid the opportunity for the revive. In fact, Mythic is pushing up onto the high ground, under the cover of smoke. And maybe even wrapping around to find Chuko. This could be a huge defense by Liquid because the pressure coming in from a lot of sides is a lot to manage. But with Royals of War also getting knocked by Death Wolves, they're actually making this work somehow. And they're able to sort of push this fight into 9Z. Limit the third-party angles.
On the push, and Hyper eliminated, only with one elimination. That could be it for their. Actually, it is it. I think for their chance of going to Riyadh. Meanwhile, iNCO looking to put the nail in the coffin on this lobby in just their first day of bonus points. Death Wolves, though, starting to wake up, putting some points on the board, and. Here comes Mythic with the 1v1. Oh, he can't edge it out. Yeah, I mean, look at that. iNCO just dominating this spot.
Yeah, they're really limiting anyone else's abilities to fight cleanly. Simple forced to just prone below that rock, and Liquid, they want it, but they don't want to give the point away to iNCO. Look at that. The push has finally come through, and finally he's able to get the point there and get the finish as well onto Simple. Now immediately backing away, and look at the blue. It's going to start pushing in.
Man, Alpha7 trying to hold on. Again, we're still trying to see who's going to win this whole thing again. Team Liquid are creating a nice little lead onto Alpha7. They're still alive, though, and they're the only team pretty much in this next circle. So, great on them. Very fortunate one, but man, iNCO are racking up the points. Yeah. Down goes Elite. And they're only getting started here. They still have their entire squad up. And there's All Glory Gaming eliminated. Let's see how Team Liquid are going to push this. That's where I'm interested in.
Not even Team Liquid. Let's see how iNCO are going to push this. Nunez even dropped down in that vehicle to find another angle. iNCO are looking for every single advantage in all of these fights. They are not playing for safety at all. They are feeling hot. They have all momentum and confidence on their side.
And they got Gary.
They got Gary. That's all they need.
Oh my gosh. Look at that. Guazal catches Chief. Team Liquid now very, very hurt. It's just Cartozine, last player up for Team Liquid. Yeah, he's going to watch his whole squad go out here. I think he's going to just try and deny points. Maybe catch some stragglers on the way in. And, oh my gosh, look at that. Nenebete has Alpha7's number here. Dude. Is he going to decide to take it? Oh, Nunez got knocked by Rato Boy. And that Molly just short.
Yeah.
Nunez should get this next one, though.
The problem is that knock is going to open the door for Death Wolves to continue to sweep around that south side. We did lose 9Z in 5th place. The solo of Liquid still standing. Could play spoiler to Death Wolves' push, but now they suddenly have the high ground. iNCO should be able to get this revive, but they've lost control of the terrain while going for it.
Death Wolves, though? 14 eliminations. This is the game they've been waiting for. But guess what? iNCO's going to match it with 7 eliminations because it's their double points day. Death Wolves need to figure out a way to stop them, but Higo's going to go ahead and take a nice finish on the Cardozian. That's 15 eliminations. Death Wolves could have a record.
This is absolutely huge. What was the highest elimination win we've 19. Seen today? Well, today was like 13, 14. Right. Usually you sit around 9 is the average that we've been getting so far. But yeah, if they get everyone else, this could be a brand new record. This is huge for Death Wolves. And again, this is the team that, oh man, like they really need to have good rounds. If they want to try and fight for that 3rd, 4th place, a Cinderella story, they need to be able to deliver when they're given the zones in the way that they have today. They've played it
Yeah,
well.
now-
They've had great positioning to capitalize on it, but they need to be able to get that full chicken dinner conversion.
Absolutely. And they need to stop iNCO. They need to put all their priority on shutting iNCO down here, because if they're able to win this game and get those eliminations, then Deathwolves' chance for third place is pretty much going to go out the door here. So let's see what Deathwolves can do here. They have a massive game. Route the Boy with 6 eliminations by himself, looking really good. Here goes Higo on this side angle. But I don't really see much utility left. Yeah, you can see everybody with just maybe 1, 2 nades to their name. Sometimes that's all you need. Can you shut down Gary? I think once you shut down Gary, the rest of iNCO falls apart.
We'll see. It's about finding the knocks when they come. Ever since they got the revive, iNCO's movement has slowed down dramatically, as it should have. 4v4, v1. They know where the solo is for Alpha7. And it's just this one ridge line shared between the two full squads. Both have reasonable control of the high ground versus low. I do still give a slight advantage to Deathwolves, but it is not an objective one.
Well, this is stage 9. The zone's going to go down to nothing. And here it is starting to close. Who's going to win this match? Obscure is out in the open, going to go down to blue zone. It is now a 4v3.
That's huge, but the knock, I believe there was a knock on the side of
3v3.
iNCO. So it has been traded a little bit. If there's no revive, but look at Gary pushing forward. Gary's going to put... Oh,
Gary
pulls away. I don't know what he saw, but he didn't like the push.
Back it up. Giving that info. You better watch out, because McGrellin's still alive. Rob the Boy with a beautiful nade. Gives them a huge advantage. And you got to know there's going to be more coming. What could Gary do on this off angle? Gets a nice little spray. Goes back to that little slide. Hill, and it gets headshot. Guizhou takes down the big member from iNCO Gaming. 7. Gotta hit this knock in the open. He does it. Is that McGrellin? Did McGrellin now start putting some shots on? Yes, he does.
Looking to pick up some
Deathwolves.
Looking to pick up some eliminations, looking to pick up some damage, but it's falling apart for iNCO. Deathwolves just rushing over that hillside, and they clean up all of them. Only giving it 1 elimination away. It was the blue, I think, that picked that one up too. And it's all into McGrellin. There it is. Deathwolves get the win. How many eliminations did they get it?
I think that could have been all of them. That could have been all of them. We could have a new elimination record here, folks. And it was right on time. If you're going to do it anytime, it was right there to shut down iNCO Gaming. Right when you needed to, Deathwolves could still have a chance at securing that 3rd place position.
This is huge. Such a great round.
Boy.
Such a great showing for them on Miramar. And again, they were given... So it's one of those times that like they were given a good position in the zone, but they put themselves in a spot to be able to capitalize on it, and then they played it well throughout the mid game there. That initial 2-2 split going into a 3-1, keeping a solo player anchored down so they don't lose ability to get back into that central position. Just the way that Deathwolves have been playing this round were absolutely great and put themselves in the position to get all those eliminations.
And the question was, did they get enough in order to secure a record? The answer is yes. They end up beating the record of 19 eliminations. They hit the magic number of 20. To do so, Hot Jukes, they had to finish off all 5 players left during that final zone, right when there was 3 total teams left, including themselves, and they were able to do it. I mean, that is a feat you love to see, and thank the lucky stars for Alpha7 that solo did not try to pick up anyone from iNCO Gaming. He could have disrupted the record, but he didn't, so shout out to Deathwolves. That is such a big come up.
I think that was smart, because you know what? Yeah, iNCO Gaming has been doing so good. I think Alpha7 would want to just say, hey, yeah, you take them out first. We don't need them getting anywhere near us, you know?
That's right.
So, smart play, and, you know, a big up on Deathwolves to be able to put up such a massive game. That's going to help them, you know, at least close that gap a little bit. Van, I'll tell you what, iNCO has made a gap today. I don't think any of us saw coming.
No, not at all. I mean, so consistent, right? I mean, even still, 3rd place, 7 eliminations. They only place outside of top 3 one time. That was on Miramar, map number 2. And even still, I believe, not a bad game, right? 9th place, but still 9 eliminations. They've had an impact every single game today, Cameron. iNCO Gaming, the consistency is there. This is the final play, though. You said it best about Deathwolves. I love that they maintained that high ground. You saw iNCO wanting to peek up, but they just simply could not. Deathwolves were in a power position.
Yeah, and I think iNCO weren't even able to track that Deathwolves had 2 players on that high ground, because you saw Gary trying to hold, got shots on one, didn't expect he's out on the follow-up angle there, so just playing it slow, conservative, but like I say conservative, they got 20 eliminations while doing it, but at least in that final core versus core, they set up in a conservative play and they didn't get ahead of themselves. They didn't let the fact that they already had so many eliminations think that they were unstoppable.
I mean, Hotchicks, the fact that Deathwolves gets more than iNCO on their double points day is incredible. That is such a big come up from Deathwolves. I can't wait to see where they sit on the standings. But for Alpha7 getting a second place, AGG as well, I thought they had a great game, at least up to a certain point, right? 6th place, 8 eliminations. They were also tearing it up at one point.
Yeah, just trying to put something on the board, hopefully closing that gap a little bit against Team Liquid. But I mean, honestly, I just cannot get over it. I mean, I can't stress how impressive that performance was from Deathwolves. 20 eliminations in a day or in a tournament like this in general it's historic. I mean, this is a team that came all the way from qualifiers, guys, right? And now they're here on their final week, clutching it up. I mean, man, I hope that they're able to do a game like that on their double point day.
It'd be incredible. And they will move up to 4th place, so they're just on the bubble for their good efforts. Deathwolves, 566 to Furia's 555. Cameron, the first time we see Furia drop out of the top 4, if the pressure wasn't hitting them then, it's hitting them now.
I mean,
that's over.
If it's only hitting them now, I'd be really worried about where their head's at. But at this point, yeah, I agree. It has to be over. Even though I will say, we've kind of avoided sending strays towards Influence Rage because they also haven't really been able to do too much the past couple of days. But the fact that it is not yet their double points day, it's not Queso's double points day, even though them and Royals of War are a bit of a gap below Influence Rage. But the fact that, like, yeah, it is going to be, I'm going to say it, impossible. Because there's also Deathwolves going to have their double points day coming up later on. Like, unless we see, what, a 30 elimination win out of Furia on this final Erangel, which, I mean, talk about record breaking. It has to be over for Furia. It sucks to call it so early, but it has to be.
Well, it's terrifying. I mean, 6, 7, 8, Influence Rage, Team Queso, Royals of War, they're Group C. So they have their double points still to come up, and they are that close to Furia as it stands. Yeah, it might be over with. Furia's run might be finished. And I hate to say that, I really do, because we built this beautiful storyline of Furia versus Deathwolves, but out of nowhere, iNCO Gaming comes in like the powerhouse team they are, and they wipe the floor clean of both of those rosters and ultimately get into 3rd place. AGG will move up to 427 and 10th place, and Hyper will drop down. So some movements on the second page, but again, that battle for 4th place is still well underway, and it's only heating up. Deathwolves now are opposite of iNCO Gaming. The biggest storyline there, right? iNCO Gaming, will they be able to continue their lead? They've already closed the gap between them and 2nd place of Alpha7. We're talking just a little over 50 points, where at one point we were discussing, even today, that A7 might have a 200-point lead. That is no longer the case. How much further can iNCO Gaming continue to go? Well, they've got one game left. Can they break the record of 20 elims just set by Deathwolves? We'll find out when we come back from the break. Welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Super League America Spring Season, day number 12. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Hot Jukes and Cameron Davis. The final game is about to be before us. We're going back to Erangel. Hot Jukes, to get right into it, a scary prospect for everyone, maybe even Alpha7. Erangel played twice today, both times won by iNCO. Okay, we're talking 9 eliminations for the second, 8 eliminations for the first. They've been widely consistent today. I have no reason to believe why they can't get 3 in the same day.
Why not? Why not? I mean, you got Gary. You have the most ridiculous double points day we could have ever expected. A record in double points here.
Yes.
I mean, yeah, Death Wolves had the record when it comes to eliminations. At this point, yeah, if you're going to try to challenge iNCO, that's what you do. But in this last game, I think they have no choice but to focus them down here. Like, you got to at least just say, hey, you've done enough today, iNCO. Settle down.
Dude, I don't. No, don't pump the brakes, man. They don't need to settle down. Everybody else needs to settle them down, though. And
that's what I'm saying. I'm like,
that's what
you need to tell them. Yeah. You need to tell them to settle down because it's crazy.
And well, so let's talk about it, Cameron. So 69 total bonus points today, which I'm pretty sure is a record. On top of that, 164 total points for iNCO Gaming today. 164, Cameron. Nobody has been able to match that energy yet.
It's in one day. It's in one day. There are teams that get that in their entire week, including their own double point. Like it's absolutely ridiculous. It's absolutely sick. Even honestly, I think iNCO could just drop into the water and drown themselves in the beginning, and they'd be happy with the results of today because they've done so much. How is their worst game 0 placements, 9 elims? How is that their worst game?
I know. It's wild, isn't it? And that was only game number 2 after coming off the back of a win, right? FURIA is the second closest in 1 day total points, but at 104. So at this point, going into the final game, right, it's like iNCO is already 60 points above that. It's tremendous. It really is. It's exciting. It excites me because, it's like, first off, this is only the first double day that we've had. What do we get from the remaining days, especially Group C? Group C is going to be hopefully just as wild as iNCO Gaming has put up. But no, iNCO's incredible. Nobody has shut them down just yet. And you got to give credit where credit is due, man, because Gary is clearly the truth. I'd be shocked if they...
18 points on the low? Like, come on.
Yeah.
On the low.
It blows me away.
You also have to wonder, is the reason iNCO's getting away with this because Alpha7 isn't really showing up? I mean, usually we're looking at Alpha7. I mean, Liquid's doing okay. It's not the exact same, but like with Alpha7 doing almost nothing today, that's half of the 2 juggernauts that are constantly in fight for like getting a bunch of points every single time. Everyone else is like hoping they can scramble up whatever is left of the leftovers, the crumbs on the ground. And so I think this is just like the stars aligning perfectly for iNCO Gaming. That, I mean, sure, Liquid are doing well, they're doing okay, but like Alpha7's not there, and they're just like, oh, I guess we're just gonna take everything for free then.
It's interesting. That's a good point, actually. It's like, Alpha7, Team Liquid doing okay, but relatively slow today compared to what we're normally used to seeing from them, right? It's like, does that, potentially put more opportunities out there, Hot Jukes, for iNCO Gaming? And you can make the argument, yes, right, we're speculating, but I mean, like, today's been absolutely unusual for iNCO Gaming, even if they have been consistent, even if they've been our best double points team out of the entirety of all weeks, right? I mean, Alpha7, Team Liquid not performing, beneficial?
Yeah, I think it has to be, considering that Alpha7, especially in that last match, right? They got dwindled down so early once again in Miramar. And with iNCO Gaming, number 1, right, getting blessed in their zones, taking full advantage of it, their confidence level is just through the roof, right? And it's not like they're getting bad circles all day long, right? They haven't gotten one crazy hard shift where they have to go run by. So, man, at this point, it should be all hands on deck to try to shut them down. Otherwise, they're going to Riyadh.
Absolutely. Well, I want to see Death Wolves also step it up, given the fact that they did not have good Erangels today, or at least finishing off strong is imperative. Chat, the PMSL pass is active today to the 30th of June. There's a message pinned at the top of chat with the code and a link. Redeem the code with the provided link to earn 20 points in the new PMSL pass event and be that much closer to earning the Dark Arts Gentleman set and Dark Legend UMP 45. The final game of the day is here. We're going back to Erangel. iNCO, they are 2 for 2 when it comes to Erangel. Can they go 3 for 3? A feat nobody has achieved in all the days, at least of this Spring America season. Hey, without further ado, let's head into it. Hot Juice, Cameron Davis, take it away.
Oh my goodness. If they're going to pull off the turkey, all right, that means that's the 3
turkey?
chicken dinners in a row. That's right. That's right. Just like bowling, you get 3 strikes in a row, it's turkey. You know what I'm saying? If they're able to do that on their double points day, they're 100% going to Riyadh. I mean, I don't see how they can't unless they have the just worst week imaginable coming up. Or, you know, if other teams have the same type of day they have, anything can happen here. At a certain point, though, teams, I think, have to start prioritizing them. Yet they don't. They refuse to do anything outside of the norm here, and that is extremely advantageous for a team like iNCO.
I'm looking at it now. No one's dropping on them. Granted, I'm going to keep my eyes open for where Phase 1 is. Is there any team that can cut them off? And I'm looking at FURIA. I'm looking at their position now. I mean, all the other teams that are in a threat range on the leaderboard of them, I think are dropping at different positions all around the map, like Deathwolves all the way down to Novo. But what is this early fight here between Hyper and Be Bold, fighting for vehicles across the Esnaya Bridge?
Might as well. I think if you're both these teams, you need an astronomical amount of points, right? So might as well get into an engagement early on and try and take them out. But not going to happen. So FS is going to try to get away from this. Will they continue to fight it out? That's interesting. I don't think so. I think at a certain... Oh, what a shot from David. Are you kidding me?
They gets the knock on FS. That's absolutely huge.
Push
And yeah,
comes.
oh, David is pushing for it. It's only a pistol in hand for the remaining Hyper player, but a grenade. Ooh, it looks okay. It looks good, actually. Oh, a bit too early.
Oh! Wasn't able to get the date off. Wasn't able to save his teammate Hyper. Yeah, that's going to be the nail in the coffin for them, unfortunately. I believed, guys. But after, you know, just not having a better second half of their double points day, that 4th place position is just way too far out of reach at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it was a good
It was a long
start.
shot to get, it was a long shot to beginning, but it was good to see them at least, you know, make something happen.
Exactly. A little bit of a pickup happening there, so they can get everyone out of this precarious situation and get out of the zone. I mean, the one thing that you could say is going for Hyper the rest of this early game, despite losing a player, is that they're not contested in the loot spot right now, and they shouldn't really be contested in their rotation to get back into the zone, assuming Be Bold don't just try and hold them out. But they can easily rotate up and around Stauber as well for Hyper. So, you know, they're going to be coming in late, coming in from the edge, but they shouldn't be in too much trouble.
Yeah, they shouldn't be. That's for sure. So let's see if they're going to be able to make something happen at this point. I don't see it. My eyes are going to be, again, just on these top squads. I mean, Deathwolves had the most ridiculous game we've seen so far in this tournament. 20 elimination chicken dinner. I mean, what more could you ask for? You got to be excited if you're a Deathwolves fan. And with how they've been playing, Cameron, I'll admit it, I want to see this team at the Esports World Cup. I mean, talk about a story. Coming all the way from the bottom, qualifying, now making a name for yourself. They have the aggression. They have all the tools in their kit. But do they have the ability to adapt, right?
Yeah.
Do they have the ability to change their strategy to try and take it all in their own hands?
Yeah.
I don't know. And I'll be honest, we haven't really seen it yet.
I mean, one thing to say about Deathwolves is that if they do make it to the World Cup, it wouldn't even be an instance where I would say, oh, yeah, good that they're showing up, but the first time on the world stage, I mean, they're going to get experience, but probably won't do well. They made it to the main event of PMWI. I mean, they got 14th place there. So already they have that initial experience. I'm not going to expect them to be top 5 at the World Cup if they make it there. But, I mean, I'm going to have some level of expectations, or at least I'm going to have some level of interest on seeing, like, what they're going to be pulling in after their PMWI and then follow-up PMSL experience. This is such an interesting run by a single squad that up until this year was not on our radars.
Yeah, it wasn't on our radars, but I'll tell you what, they are now. iNCO Gaming is 100% on our radar now as well. Let's be real. If iNCO Gaming have a game like Deathwolves just had, then they could absolutely just catch Alpha7, which would be wild to even think about. But at this point, I think iNCO is very happy with where they're at. You know, even if it's just in third place, that is not just third place. That is an automatic ticket for the Esports World Cup group stage. So looking at the circle, Cameron, what stands out to you?
The circle, there's a fair bit of water in this, but there's already a number of teams on the that are close to this East Coast position, away from where iNCO are playing from because of the East plane path. I don't actually think it's going to be difficult for iNCO to get into the zone. Again, this is the team that we're looking at, trying to, if anyone's going to be in a position to stop them. And unfortunately, there's no one in an immediate camp rotation position, as we do see Influence Rage get into a bit of a kerfuffle with E7.
Yeah, just popping some shots off here. They're in a central position, so they have no incentive to fight right now. They can just kind of wait it out, see what happens. Team Liquid still need to move in, and Hyper are all the way at North George. Death Wolves are still in Novo, so they got to get going too. And meanwhile, iNCO Gaming very happy to kind of do their little split here at Apartments in Rozhok.
Yeah. 8 now. Playing out of the Mansion Forest. We saw that pass by. Probably a little bit of a scouting mission, if I had to guess. Got the information against Influence Rage. They're going to be backing off, holding Mansion Split instead. No one's committing to anything, though. There are a lot of scattered compounds around this part of Erangel, with open sightlines around them. So this does mean that teams can can also set up splits, but also means that there's a lot of options for teams to sort of just like scatter themselves out without having to get into a fight early on.
Well, let's see. Everyone just playing it ultra safe here at this point. You know, I don't know why. Like we talked about different strategies to try to hamstring other opponents, right? One, we talked about, you know, hot drops. We talked about, you know, gatekeeping, you know, teams on rotations. But one, I think that we should even consider at this point is, if you're going to int on a team, why not try, if you can realize it's them, why not do it in the mid game? You know? Yeah, like in the mid game, if you're able to do that, you're most likely going to get third partied and taken out. But at least you take that team out with you, right?
Yeah, it's definitely, you're right. I mean, like I said earlier today, I think hot drops, very risky. You don't usually want to do it because you're kind of throwing your own game while doing it. Bridge camps, or rotation camps, need to be kind of set up for you. The opportunity has to be delivered to you. Mid-game pushes, mid-game reactions, that's where the real sort of griefing is going to be in. We did just spot momentarily a little bit of potential parallel rotation by Royals of War, Liquid, and I think even Queso, but that's not popping off just yet. And eyes back onto Energy towards the north as they now pressure Influence Rage's position. And iNCO have yet to get into the zone. They have yet to move out of Rozhok. They're just getting all their loot ready. They don't have to move far. They're just trying to get dressed up to the nines. But it's going to be an Eastern hard shift. Now, this is where iNCO, I think, are going to finally get challenged. The rotation into this phase, it's only phase 2, but the rotation into this area of the map with how much is actually playable could start to be an initial challenge.
Now let's see how they're going to do it. This is the first zone where they really have to kind of push out and make something happen. So let's see what happens there. If a team's going to push them, maybe we see even a squad kind of do that, pull that Maharaga strat out. You know what I'm saying? Just pull everything out on them and get third partied and both take it out at the same time. So let's see how they opt to rotate into this zone. It looks like they're going to be going very, very late. So, and that's the thing too, Cameron, is I think iNCO have realized that they've done enough so far today, right? They have hit a record, they've hit the mark, blasted through it, right? At this point, it's putting just some more points on the board, making that gap a little bit bigger. So it looks like they're playing this very, very safely. What do you think about that?
I mean, I don't think they're playing it safe just yet. I do see your point. Like, there's no need for them to throw some Hail Marys out there. I'll be worried if they continue to play this super slow, though, because it's that sort of mentality of like, oh, we've done enough, we just got to hold on. It's playing to not lose versus playing to win. I don't want to see.
I agree. Let's see. I want to see iNCO just go all out. Another crazy game to finish things off. Would be a historic day of PUBG Mobile competitive.
I mean, iNCO don't usually play the early game super aggressive. They're actually usually like nice and easy with the early game coming on the edge, or if they have an opportunity to grab a central position. And it's only in the mid game that they start to get like after they've established themselves. really start to go for fights. But I could see them following up this wrap that we're seeing teams like Liquid and now AGG do, this wrapping through Milta and then playing up through Lumber. I could definitely see them do that if they don't want to play on the Prison Ridge earlier on.
Well, they're holding that blue zone position still, so they're going to be coming in really, really late here. Death Wolves on the move, trying to get active. They're going to be holding this bridge line. Guazal trying to get his vehicle safe, and he's stuck.
That's not good.
You hate to see that. Rest of Death Wolves on rotation, and they're going to hold it down right here. So, Obscure, got to keep those vehicles safe for sure, just in case we get another crazy hard shift.
We'll always see these teams rotate around this Milta Power Peninsula area. No one's getting into fights. I'm looking back at the map, and iNCO is still in school labs. They still haven't moved. So now I'm starting to get worried. I'm starting to get worried that they are falling into that trap, which is not going to be super impactful here, but it makes me worried about their performances in other sort of situations.
They can't hope the zone just comes and hard shifts to the left side. It's dead center for the most part on the mainland.
Yeah.
So they do have a way in. Very fortunate for them. That building right there, if they just go straight, will be wide open. But they can't. They have no idea that's the case.
That's the problem. So, that's the big problem here. Well, we'll see how these teams all fight over Lumber Hill, Lumber Ridgeline. AGG and Queso, I think, we're staring off at each other. And now Liquid and a couple of other teams all around this area together as well. And I mean, it's good for Liquid to try to just send it through because this is a hard spot to hold. Get out of Lumber. It's absolutely terrible. Fight for Prison.
That's the place to do it for sure, because Lumber is toxic. Just trying to drive through it, forget it, you know? Unless you're going to spot, if the zone's going to go there, then it's definitely a place to hold. But yeah, for temporary say so, not the best position. But man, there's everything is taken at this point. Everything is taken. You have to fight your way in. Team Liquid, this is their drop location, so they live for zones like this. They're going to be holding that prison area. You can see Mythic going over to that big rock. And Carrillo popping off some shots towards NRG in the process. So teams trying to rotate, squeeze their way on into this circle and hoping the next zone pops onto them.
Alpha7 gatekeeping the northeast side, running into NRG, or rather NRG running into them. This isn't a super strong position. You can already see a couple of members of Alpha7 pushing out to get a... I mean, they're not going to center. They're not going to try and race the center, but I guess a more central position to then leapfrog through as we swing off to the opposite side of the map. AGG, Padrino, line up on silence, gets the instantaneous knock.
Wow.
And with Melgar on the opposite side, you can see up the hillside, they are going to strike, take this fight to Queso. It's not just a couple of traded blows. It's not just getting a knock here and there. They're going for full confirmations.
Yes, Tiny Hay Bale stopping that push for a little while. But yeah, they're definitely going to get that confirmation. But Team Liquid are starting to put some pressure on Entity 7. We're starting to see fights going on all over the place now. It's like that calm before the storm. But that first shot was the shot to start the race here towards the end. And now it's just J7 left for NRG. So tough break for them. They're going to be holding on to that 12th place position for a while because and Hyper have a good little gap for now. Next zone, 26 seconds left on the clock. And Team Liquid are still dead center here. So
yeah,
if the zone goes to trend, we'll have another center circle. Could be a good game for them. iNCO did sneak their way into that compound, so that was wide open. Let's see if they get lucky with a nice shift over here to the left side of the map.
Right, we did see FURIA in the elimination feed, so they're trying to do good work from their the compound just outside of Prison. But a lot of teams on the south. Western shift again. SLR are looking good from their position. I want to see Hiroshima group on up. That's a difficult tower to hold for SLR, but it has a lot of good sightlines as well, so it's kind of a bit of a double-edged sword in that position. Could get a lot of points out of that spot.
See what iNCO's going to do. iNCO getting mighty close to Royals of War here. They could look to get active. Alpha7 over there on the other side. Uh-oh. Here they go.
Line up
on
ready.
The push.
Nenebete's giving the calls from range. We know how much he likes these extended positions.
He can't cover, though. He can't fight this at all. Nenebete has to push up. He's not going to be able to assist. Oh, Gary with the angles. Applying that pressure. And now Nunez with a nade onto Tonka is going to open up this fight. That's going to be the first one. But they want to get this fight done earlier rather than later. And Hyper is mighty close here. They can hear this action. But man, Royals of War might be forced to just head down into shelter.
This is huge by iNCO Gaming. They came in late. I was worried that they
SLR.
started to get a little nervous, but they approached this so clean. But now, yeah, they're getting knocked. Now suddenly it's not as great anymore. And now, oh, Royals of War, they're coming back out.
Nunez needs to get into a position where he can get supported by his team. He's got to win this 1v1. He gets it. How about a 1v2? Not going to do it and gets thirsted. iNCO Gaming, the first team out, Cameron.
I would say that's huge if they haven't already done so much today. It is kind of a unfortunate ending to that run, but still, what a day. They deserve the break. They deserve to go home early, I think.
Yeah, they definitely did enough. That is a fact. A little more wouldn't have hurt, but you got to take what you get.
Right.
So now it's Deathpool's opportunity to try and close that gap a little bit further to kind of give them an advantage so they can make it happen on their double points day. But man, I ain't gonna lie, I'm already starting to think about the future. I want to see iNCO do everything they can, right, this week to try and hold back some of these squads.
Oh,
Alpha7 gone. Team Liquid now have a big opportunity to create a big gap, especially with their position in prison.
yeah, I don't know why Alpha7 have been struggling today. It's been really unfortunate runs for them constantly. They're just not winning the fights that we're used to see from them. But Liquid, they're still playing confidently. Look at this spread across the entirety of the east and the south side of Prison Ridgeline. You usually don't see teams get away with holding this much space around Prison.
That is true. Man, Team Liquid are doing a great job of controlling this area, though. And it could be a prison finish for sure. Let's see if the zone decides to center up here. And Hyper on the edge. We got B-Bold up to the north. FURIA are still in the mix as well. But yeah, FURIA, after their day today, I think that's going to spell disaster for them. Unfortunate as well. The curse, Cameron, of doing well the day before your double points day is just still in effect.
Oh, and Hyper, they lost that one player early, but 2 eliminations on the board for them. Driving around, facing off against AGG, 9Z, and even Royals of War. So let's see if they can't make up for their unfortunate previous round. Eyes on Royals, but Royals still able to go back into the shelter as a little bit of sense of safety. We have 5 seconds before the next zone, which is why no one's making big moves anymore. Of course, outside of AGG and 9Z, they are still trying to get into a fight. And of course, Pedrino caught out and Hyper with the push.
Pedrino trying to get that nade going. Oh, little quick flash. Baton. Oh, I might run into it. Oh, instead, a nice shot from Capri's. And now All Glory Gaming eliminated 9Z. Look at this zone shift, though, all the way up to the north. Be Bold loving this circle.
That's great for them. Not a lot of cover up there. So they're going to have to defend with a wide spread, which will make revives more difficult. But for everyone else, they're not worried about that. They just got to try and be the last survivors of this hillside. Look at Royals of War actually pushing down to keep the pressure on these teams on the south side. Baton with the high ground, trying to peek out, trying to find some angles.
Oh, nice little
But they've lost the second player, unfortunately.
Yeah, lost the second player there, and Stars is just going to send it on out blind into the zone. Oh, he's going to drive right into prison. Ah, Stars tumbling and bumbling his way down in here. Is that vehicle going to explode? No. So Stars lives to tell the tale for now. Jump over, straight into that shack.
Yeah, gets inside. Just playing for placements at this point. Can you blame them? This is a very difficult zone to play around if you're not already in a controlling position like SLR are. Titan Gaming, 9Z, they're just fighting it out. And no, that's going to be it. Titan Gaming, I think, with the elimination, but oh, they're suddenly getting collapsed upon. Who is that with angles? It's still and Hyper. They've left Baton behind. It was a 1-1 split. They were playing both sides.
Baton just gonna get some more points for his team. He'll take that all day long. So, I mean, hey, gotta give it to Hyper. Not a bad run for today, at least compared to what they've done so far, right? So we're seeing progress.
Yeah.
We're seeing progress from our partnership team. I can't wait to see them hopefully fire on all cylinders come the fall coming up. Nice shots there from Baton. Catches inactive right out the buggy.
Has to keep moving, though. Blue's coming in. Should be able to go for the elimination, but Aleem has turned around. Here's the buggy come in. Should be preparing for the defense. Oh no, actually just letting Baton get the follow-up perhaps.
Oh, the spin out. Not good. Confirmation. Now shots from the back. Yeah, Team Liquid. Actually, yeah, it's Team Liquid. Should have good sight lines onto a limb. One bullet to sneak under that buggy, but it's not going to happen.
Well, that's the buggy gone. Still not in the zone. Blue overtaking Ali's position. And then look at Liquid sending players out. Will they be prepared for Baton? Also playing in from the blue, and that's gonna be Mythic. A great find there.
Here we go. Death Wolves on the push up. FURIA trying to make something out of their last double points day. It ain't gonna happen. And that is FURIA eliminated. 5 eliminations. Not gonna be enough for them to secure a decent position for top 4. Chief running right into Higo and getting just absolutely exploded just like that. So Death Wolves, missing the shots. Done for. Team Liquid holding down Prison.
Great collapse by Liquid to clean up that fight, but still Death Wolves taking FURIA out, even with FURIA's double point day, 6 eliminations. Death Wolves overtake them and have knocked FURIA out of 4th place.
And here's the problem here, Cameron, is the fact that now there's so many teams that know they have zero chance, right? And Hyper, you heard Stars from the other day, he said he was going to give a shot, right? He wanted to try and get a ticket to Riyadh, but after their performance today, they're going to know mathematically it just ain't going to happen. So what is that going to do to the play style of this tournament, right? Like Entity 7, Team Queso, they're going to be so far behind that they're just going to start pushing people. Look how many players we have out already.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, there's not a lot of space to play in this specific zone, but that will definitely make teams more aggressive regardless, especially if it's up against teams that they're fighting on the leaderboard. Because, you know, different positions with the prize pool, all that stuff, that is still important. But in the fight in Prison, now Liquid, they've actually pushed down onto the low ground. They've gotten in front of these 2 remaining players in Prison. They're just taking all this space essentially for free. This is insane.
7 eliminations. They're going to have a nice lead against Alpha7. They could win this whole thing here coming up soon, but we'll see how they do tomorrow. Tomorrow is their double points day. Mythic against Hate. Hate, 99. Looking to make something happen, and he gets one. Instant thirst. See you later. And that's how you do it. So, Entity 7, I mean, nothing to gain out of that, Cameron.
Yeah.
But you know what? Just say, hey, you guys are at first. We're in last. Take some of that.
Yeah. It's the moral victory, I think.
Right.
Or something. Maybe. I don't know. Oh, McCoy goes down. SLR, I like that they have an extended position from an initial player, but it does get punished by B-Bold's northern spot. No one's punished B-Bold yet because no one's tried to challenge them in that position yet. They have lost 1 player, to be fair, B-Bold, but, I mean, so much space to play around with.
So much space indeed. With SLR holding down that Wizard Tower position in the center of the zone, it's going to pay out big time. Don't count out Rolls of War, though. Rolls of War have a good position here. They can definitely push and fight whenever they decide to. The hillside is dangerous. But Team Liquid, big storyline here.
Yeah.
Nice point gap against Alpha7. So they're going to have a good, solid lead going into tomorrow. And honestly, if Team Liquid pop off tomorrow, they can make a lead so big that there's nothing Alpha7 can even do.
Yeah. I mean, there is Federal left in a 1 versus 2 now. Great grenades coming out from Liquid. Actually set Federal on fire with the blue coming at the back. Ayala should just be able to push this. Doesn't know the health bar like we do. So you have to imagine there's got to be some pressure. The drop shot forces them back into the blue. Good hold by Ayala. Another elimination. Only 1 elimination for Influence Rage as they go down in 5th place. We've hit top 4. We've hit podium.
Push, SLR. Just push. Why not? You know, you're so far away from pushing up the leaderboards. Might as well just soak up every elimination you can. But instead, playing positionally. Let's see what happens. Koi got his eyes down south. Oh, B-Bold are now starting to push up into this position too. Let's see how SLR responds.
It's a good set by B-Bold. Try and pit below this ridge line. They know that SLR have mostly left that tower position. Only 1 has left behind. Now it's 2. A little bit of a 2-2 split's going to be a better hold for them. And this ridge line, it's not an objective victory for SLR. In this position.
They're going to get pinched. Rolls of War has been quiet, but they're going to start pushing here soon. So, actually, that's Erangel in the open.
Oh, good spot.
Is not good, yeah.
Damage hasn't knocked, but still, now suddenly Fran, eyes on this location. Erangel's not going to be able to move much at all. That alone could sort of keep Fran locked in, which could give SLR some advantage, but SLR have the center. They're not going to be moving no matter what.
Who's going to win this game? SLR looking pretty good here towards the end. They have a nice central position. They're all taking up that Wizard Tower. I like this 3-1. It's better than the 2-2 for sure. Because they got to be scared about getting pushed up on. Now Rolls of War on pushing. Let's see what happens. Are they pushing up onto the Wizard Tower? No, looks like they have to go for the road for now. So Rolls of War going to hold down. Nice nade there from Lorenzen to take down Ayala.
Where's the follow-up? There it is. It's all going to be on Cardozo. Oh, the follow-up cooked a bit too long. Maybe the Molly can get it. But regardless, it's not going to be revived, and I don't think SLR are going to be able to steal it. Really, it's just Cardozo left. And Erangel not knocked on the cross to the tree line.
Wow.
Roshan forced out by a Molly. Actually drops down into a Molly. This is looking a bit troublesome for SLR.
Looking a little suspicious, but this is what they need to do, right? Yeah, focus on Erangel. David, actually, I can't believe he even took that shot. I understand you're trying to get those eliminations, but you should be focusing on pushing SLR here. Instead, they're going to go ahead and deal with it. Team Liquid are eliminated. Now the sights are on the SLR. Hoshuan gets the knock on a Cold Goat. Victex, last player up for Rolls of War. But SLR is hurting bad. They need to get this fight done quickly. You just need to send it. You cannot wait for angles. Just push.
Oh,
and
there
he
it
gets
is.
it right on time.
Yeah, Dragon's able to win that 1-versus-1 there because Corey didn't have a supporting angle, but then the finish comes through onto White Elegy. It's a 2-versus-3. SLR just weren't able to properly manage this split position, this tower position, and now Be Bold with that swing and the cleanup of Liquid now. But they don't catch Koi. Koi with a great grenade doesn't actually do any damage with the follow-up shots. Still don't do it.
Koi goes down. It's just Dragon. It's looking like a Be Bold win here. Here comes David. Up close and personal. Don't give him the 1v1 opportunity. He did not get those shots off. Jump shot! And down goes Dragon. It's a Be Bold chicken dinner to finish things off today. Man, what a day of games, Cameron. This was crazy. I don't think any of us expected these results that we had so far.
Yeah, this game didn't have one or two teams sort of soaking up all the points that we've seen a lot of times today. It's Be Bold with 7 eliminations in the win. SLR second place with 5. It was actually Liquid with 9 with the most, and Death Wolves with 8 eliminations with the second most. And so a more even spread of points, but still a good run by Be Bold, especially managing that north position. Not a lot of covered around there, and that push towards Prison, where they pitted below Liquid, was like perfectly timed.
Right.
Well, you know, the good news about Be Bold is they finished strong today. They should hopefully start strong tomorrow. They have double points, right? So they're going to be in Group C, and they've got a long
I was about to say, don't
ahead.
say that, dude.
You just jinxed them. We said the same thing about FURIA yesterday, and look what happened now.
I don't care. Look, let me say something. Look, Be Bold. If you believe in curses, I apologize. But at the end of the day, you hold destiny within your fingertips, all right? And your thumbs. I'll give you that. If you can't start off tomorrow like you ended today, that's on you. But I do apologize about the curse. I mean, if it is a real thing, I am sorry, because FURIA, you're right. FURIA just did not perform well today. In fact, actually just kind of recapping and looking through, I don't think they really had any signs of life, which is quite disappointing. Hot Jukes, we built that storyline up literally for what, like a week and a half, right?
Unreal.
And it ends today. It's genuinely heartbreaking.
It is, man. I mean, it's gotta be so rough for FURIA because they had just all the momentum going into today, and then the curse just ringed out. So I will say this: if you are a Be Bold ownership manager, anybody a part of the Be Bold organization, pull out your wallets, right? How much does it cost to get Gary on the team here and now? That's my question, right? Whatever it is, pay it, because it worked for iNCO.
Oh, man. Well, I think he's already there. Well, excuse me, because, yeah, it worked for iNCO. It did work for iNCO. Like, Gary should not leave the roster. Now, and I will continue to say this. Gary did not have like the craziest performance today. I'm just being real. But Gary, for some reason, Cameron influenced the luck, right? And influenced the performance. So, but I will say that, Cameron, to be fair, though, even though Gary doesn't bring the most eliminations to the team, you also don't need to necessarily do that to bring value to your roster, right? So I'm curious what Gary brought to the roster today, because clearly it worked.
I mean, it's possible that Gary brought vibes. That is something that's super important for teams. I mean, yeah, it sounds like a meme, but it's absolutely true. You need good energy, you need good communication, and especially in PUBG Mobile. Not just, I mean, I think more than any other title, Battle Royales and PUBG Mobile being one of them, needs those sort of like vibes, chemistry in order for teams to perform well, because you don't have time to discuss decisions that you have to make. But also, let's not sell him short. Gary actually delivered fairly well today too. Maybe not top frag for the squad, but compared to the expectations of the lower numbers that we saw earlier on, very much eclipsed that.
I mean, let's be real though, right? This is the one game they don't get zone, and look what happened to them here.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah, that's true. That is true, actually.
True, yeah. Well, they also waited in the blue so long.
They did.
That's true.
They did, which I was kind of like, why are you guys waiting a long time? When normally they take priority right into the zone, whether they get it or not. Like, they're trying to actively get there, and they just simply didn't. But I mean, still, one game out of 5 consistent games, I'll let them have it. Like, they finished off,
that's right,
dead last. But either way, for iNCO Gaming, like, phenomenal performance overall as a whole. They will finish in 3rd place today, 646 over Deathwolves, who is at 574. Now, what makes this interesting, though, Hot Jukes, is Deathwolves, they will be Group D. So that means they're going to have double points the final day, right? The final day of America's spring season, which is going to put a lot of pressure on iNCO Gaming to continually perform, not only tomorrow, but also on Saturday and ultimately on Sunday. So iNCO Gaming, they take a tremendous lead, but they're not there just yet. At least not there for sure in group stages.
Yeah, the big thing is that tomorrow's Group B, and the only team that's like really a threat is just Team Liquid, right? They're the only one that are going to be trying to put up points over Alpha7, but no one else is a threat to iNCO Gaming at this point in that group. So iNCO Gaming's job tomorrow should be to just do what you did today, right? Put up as many points as you possibly can, grow that gap over the Deathwolves, but then Group D, oh my gosh, then that last day, iNCO Gaming needs to do everything they can to stop them.
Yeah, it's going to be wild, isn't it? Because it's like Deathwolves, they still have a very real chance to dethrone that 3rd place position. But Cameron, I think it's fair to say there's not really, I don't know, it's not fair to say, because Group C can still dethrone both 3rd and 4th place as it currently stands. But iNCO Gaming did enough to at least sit pretty and feel comfortable. And Hyper did enough to still lead, right, when it comes to North America. They are currently in 10th place, but we do not get that strong finish that is comparative to their strong start, right? I thought they would be on first page today.
Yeah, I was hoping so as well, but 2 poor-ish games in a row. Listen, they had an okay scrap fight here south of Prison. Baton picked up a couple of points here and there, but yeah, it just didn't have the strong sort of follow through that we were hoping for. But more than that, at least as far as the fight in NA, remember what was the team we talked about at the beginning? Titan Gaming?
Yeah.
They weren't really, did they do much today themselves? I don't know. It's
champions from the bottom, baby.
Champions from the... Hey, look, and they are controlling the bottom of the standings, dude. And I give them credit for that. Titan Gaming, let's go, baby. Nah, for real. Enjoying the NA competition. I do want to say, though, I do appreciate Deathwolves. Deathwolves did something special today, right? They ended up breaking the elimination record that took forever to break. 19 eliminations was set twice, but 20 was only set once, and that was today. Now, luckily, we had a chance to interview Deathwolves' Guizao. Sarpatch is on the site. Let's hear what Guizao had to say after their massive pop-off game.
Match 5 is done, and here we are with Deathwolves, guys. Congratulations, great match. It's been hard today, but with this match, maybe we can turn it around, right? Parabéns, muito bom jogo. Não foi dia muito fácil até agora, mas pode dar uma voltada com esse, né?
Sim, a gente tá procurando a constância, né? Porque em todos os dias, eu acho que só até agora, 2 dias, a gente teve uma boa constância de pontos. E eu acredito que ainda vai manter e a gente vai conseguir essa classificação.
Yes, we believe that we're trying to keep some consistency and trying to get the points, and we're trying to get it to qualification spots. That fight is really tough that fourth place right there. We have 4 teams that are fighting, and it's really tough. How do you feel about this competition and how hard it is? ¿Cómo se age dessa aqui, mano? Essa tabela está muito apertada. Tem 4 times aí lutando por esses 2, 3, segundo, terceiro e quarto lugar e tal. Tá muito difícil. O que você está achando de como está a competência aqui?
Tá meio que difícil mesmo, porque todos os pontos estão meio iguais, mas se a gente manter uma consistência boa, a gente vai conseguir.
Yeah, the points are really tough there. Everybody is really close enough, but if we keep a consistency, we're going to be able to qualify. Sir, thank you very much.
Obrigado.
Take it back.
I don't know, man. Keep consistency, Hot Jukes. A consistent 20 points,
gosh.
20 eliminations, rather. Hey, that consistency would put them in first place.
Yeah, if you can consistently do that, for sure. I mean, yeah, you don't got nothing to worry about. But
that's right.
Realistically, I hate it. I hated hearing that. I really did, because you can't just hope for consistency. You have to stop the teams that are doing better than anybody else has done in this entire tournament, and it happens to be the one squad that is now above you. So, it's going to be crazy, because it's going to be much harder to be consistent when iNCO now are going to have their eyes set on you on your last day.
That's a fact. And will iNCO Gaming challenge Deathwolves on their double points day? That is a real possibility in a position only they will be in. And, well, we'll see if it ends up happening. But that's all for today anyways. It was a great day. We had tremendous games, especially 1 through 5. 1 through 5 was incredible. Game 6 was okay, but 1 through 5 were absolute bangers. Cameron. The competition's at a peak, man. The teams are taking it serious. It was a wonderful day. Always great working with you. What are your final words before we get out of here?
I'm kind of just following up what Jukes mentioned about Deathwolves, or maybe you or Jukes, whatever. It's sinking in that Deathwolves, their double point day is going to be on the last day. At that point, iNCO will know 100% what their leaderboard position is, what lead they have, and essentially how many points, how many rounds they can just int away and still be in a good spot. So I think Deathwolves need to continue to put numbers on the board, because if they are at risk of overtaking iNCO on the final day, they're likely going to be stopped. Like, iNCO could easily start to hot drop them because it's the final day. Anyway, that's days away. We'll see if that happens then, but I don't know. It's starting to really sink in, that, I think.
That's a real possibility, though, and a good shout, right? That final day is going to be crazy, and iNCO genuinely has a chance to stop Deathwolves in their tracks, depending on the standings. Hot Jukes, I see that big smile. I know you love PUBG Mobile, right? It was great having you today. What are your final words before you get out of here?
Gary.
Of course. What else? Why did I even ask?
Gary. All day long, baby. No, I mean, tomorrow's going to be crazy. Obviously, I got my Liquid-themed shirt on because I'm not going to be here tomorrow, but I'm going to be watching, man. I want to see Team Liquid just go crazy. I mean, make Alpha7 sweat, because these guys letting off the gas today definitely makes me just think, what's going on?
And by the Cameron, is this your last day for America's Spring Season, or are you coming back again?
I think I'm back later, yeah.
Yeah.
Are you back? Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure, because I wanted to give you a final send-off, right, if you weren't coming back. So I haven't looked at talent rotation. That's on me. But a great day, nonetheless, boys. And you guys absolutely slayed it out over the past 2 days. Like I said, the first 5 games were incredible. We got an elimination record today obviously in the limelight of Deathwolves. Gozal, we heard from him. Consistency is key, and they're looking to stay consistent. But you should be tracking by now the race from 3rd to 4th is intense, and it's only going to heat up even more, not only tomorrow, but also on Saturday when Group C gets to play. It's only action from here, and you do not want to miss out. Make sure you hit that subscribe button if you haven't already, because we continue the PUBG Mobile action day in and day out at 5ET. For myself, Taylor Reflections, Noble, Hot Jukes, Cameron Davis, our production crew, and you in chat, thank you for being here. Be back again tomorrow, 5ET, because we would love to have you.
And he got a beautiful game for iNCO, one that they so desperately
is out now. Is that what we're saying? All of a sudden now Gary is in.
That's what Jukes is saying.
See ya. I mean, that's how it happens. Could this be it? I don't even want to say it. Come on in, Hyper. Just continue to put in some work.
They're doing work, and they're
Let it happen here. Those nades are going to start ringing in like a red zone. He has to run out, and goodbye. iNCO Gaming with
running out in the open. You don't give Chief this opportunity.
Boy with the shenanigans. Back and forth. The peaks, and it's Chief that wins the game. Team Liquid to do it all by himself comes up just short.
I know the
seeing consistent iNCO W's. It's all Gary. It's all Gary.
And it's all into McGrellin. There it is. Deathwolves get the win. How many eliminations did they get it?
I think that could have been all of them. Personal. Don't give him the 1v1 opportunity. No, he did not get those shots off. Jump shot! And down goes Dragon. It's a Be Bold chicken dinner to finish things off today. Man, what a day.